All right. Well, it is 3:08, so we'll go ahead and get started and let you know that this meeting is being recorded. Welcome to the meeting of the Department of Toxic Substance Control Environmental Justice Advisory Council. Today we'll have interpretation provided by Aldo and Leticia. Aldo, please interpret.
Yes, Kat, absolutely. My pleasure. Muy buenas tardes a todos ustedes. Bienvenidos al Comité Asesor de Justicia Ambiental. El día de hoy estaremos teniendo diferentes participantes sobre este tema del comité y vamos a tener a Aldo y a Leticia como intérpretes. El día de hoy en esta reunión se estarán proporcionando servicios de interpretación en español para su comunidad. You may continue, Kat.
Thank you, Aldo. So today is July 23rd, and my name is Kat, and I will be co-facilitating this meeting today along with the co-chairs. Today, that means guiding this group through the meeting using Robert's rules, but my role as well as these parliamentary rules are temporary depending on how the EJAC wants this council to function. Please interpret, Aldo.
El día de hoy es el 23 de julio y vamos a estar realizando esta reunión. Yo me llamo Kat Seldom. En conjunto con todos los partícipes de esta reunión, vamos a nosotros apegarnos a las normas conocidas en inglés como Robert Rules, lo cual nos van a estar guiando en todos los aspectos de esta reunión y esto será algo provisional que estaremos utilizando. You may continue.
Thank you. Before we begin today's meeting, I'd like to share a few housekeeping items related to Zoom participation, interpretation, and public comment. Please interpret, Aldo.
Antes de que comencemos, quisiera compartir con ustedes algunos asuntos internos relacionados a Zoom, a las personas que van a participar y a todos los aspectos relacionados a la reunión. You may continue.
Thank you. As mentioned previously, we'll have translation today provided by Aldo and Leticia. Please note the interpretation globe and please click it and select your language. All
Como
participants, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Aldo.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Antes de continuar, quiero también proporcionarles algo sobre interpretación que mencionamos anteriormente. Tendremos a Aldo y a Leticia y ahorita brevemente en la parte inferior de su pantalla van a ver un icono en forma de un mundo. Van a presionarlo en el cual indica idioma. You may continue.
Thank you. All participants need to select a language, either English or Spanish, to be able to hear the translators. For both tablet and phone users, you can click the More button to find the interpretation option. We will also be sharing Spanish language slides today, and if you'd like to see the Spanish language slides, go to the top of your Zoom window and select the appropriate tab.
También como mencionamos anteriormente, vamos a tener la opción de idioma que va a ser en inglés y en español, proporcionándoles interpretación. También pueden realizar estos mismos pasos ya sea en su tableta o en su dispositivo de teléfono, donde tiene el icono de suma que es de opciones, el cual les va a proporcionar también en la pantalla diapositivas que van a estar en inglés, pero también en español y en la pestaña en la parte de arriba de su dispositivo. You may continue.
Thank you, Aldo. We will go ahead and assign you into an interpretation room now and continue on in English.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we will be hearing public comments today on agenda item 9, and we will call for a virtual public comments by asking participants to raise their virtual hands. We will ask that all Zoom participants remain muted until they're called on to speak. For virtual participants on a computer, you can find the raise hand feature under React. For phone or tablet virtual participants, you'll find this feature under More. For phone participants, you can raise or lower your hands by pressing *9. Once you've been called on, please unmute yourself to provide your public comment. For phone participants, you can mute and unmute yourself by pressing *6. We appreciate all participants staying on mute until it's your turn to speak. Please share your name and any affiliation before giving your public comment. Also, the chat feature will be turned on during the public comment period. We ask that EJAC members and DTSC wait to respond to public commenters if desired until all speakers are heard to ensure that the commenters have enough time to speak. We also ask that EJAC members stay muted when not speaking and raise their virtual or real hands if possible. Technical support will be provided today by Colleen Easler. In addition, the meeting materials can be found at https://dtsc.ca.gov/environmental-justice-advisory-council. This meeting is being recorded today, and the meeting recording and other meeting items such as minutes can be found at the previously mentioned website following the meeting. Next slide. Okay. I think we can maybe come back to roll call. And yeah, we will come back to roll call, I think, after we have more folks on the line. So I'm going to now turn it to Co-Chair Alatorre to discuss the agenda and the meeting agreements for today.
Welcome everyone to the second public meeting of the Department of Toxic Substances Control Environmental Justice Advisory Council. My name is Miguel Alatorre Jr. I'm one of the co-chairs of
Miguel, I'm so sorry to step in. I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Maybe turn your...
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. My name is Miguel Alatorre. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Environmental Justice Advisory Council for the Department of Toxic Substances Control. I'm really looking forward to having everyone on and having a really amazing discussion. So we'll go through the agenda. We're going to approve the June meeting minutes. We're going to report out on the Board of Environmental Safety meeting, which myself and Co-Chair Lincoln attended. We're going to go through a team building exercise so that people can get to know us as EJAC members a little bit better, and so that the public knows why we're so invested in working together with the department. We're going to do some housekeeping and admin. We'll have a short break. Then that's when we'll get to our discussion on governance options and subcommittee assignment discussion. We'll go through the EJAC work plan, discussing an EJAC community engagement and subcommittee assignment. We'll have agenda item 9 for public comment. And then we'll go through the next steps at the very end. For our meeting arrangements today, we'd like everyone to be present, take care of your needs when needed. If you have to step away, go ahead and do that. There are no right or wrong answers. Be uninhibited. And go ahead and ask us questions whenever needed. It's there also on the screen too. Our meeting agreement rules.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair Alatorre. Let us move on to agenda item 3 until we have quorum, and then we will go back to agenda item 2 to discuss the June meeting minutes. So agenda item 3, Co-Chair Alatorre, is the BES report out from the last meeting.
I guess I can start that now, but I did want to acknowledge that we have our board members, Magali Sanchez and Kevin Hamilton. If we could make just some room for a quick introduction so they could say hi.
Okay, I guess I'll start. Thank you everyone for being here. It's another second public meeting, and looking forward to working for my community on environmental justice, as is pretty much needed right now. And we're the front community working in the area of Southern California. Thank you. Wilmington specifically with the Merge.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Kevin Hamilton. Sorry about being late. The computer from DTSC has decided that it needed a restart right in the middle as I was logging on, and it went ahead and restarted itself. So we'll set that one over here. Use mine. Yes, Kevin Hamilton, he, him, working in the San Joaquin Valley. Was there something else?
No, you did better than I did.
All right, brother.
I'll go over mine because I did forget to mention. So part of the work that I do away from the co-chair position is also work with the Unidos Network here in the Central Valley out of Kettleman City. So that's what I do. And so now we'll move into the report from the Board of Environmental Safety meeting that we had and that myself and co-chair Lincoln attended and presented on. Is there another slide that we're moving to?
No, this is the slide, and so you'll just be providing that report verbally. And it was also
Okay.
attached to the EJAC's agenda packet.
Oh, no worries. I'm just in a freestyle because I have so many things on my other screen. But in terms of what we reported out to the Board of Environmental Safety is we reported back from our first meeting, and some of the decisions that we made together were the fact that we were going to be working under a general consensus. And so that was voted by the membership. And we also agreed that we would be beginning 2 subcommittees, one that was focused on governance, where we set the tone for what we're doing, the rules for how we're going to do board meetings and how we're going to engage with the public and how many meetings we're going to do a month. And then we also set aside a governance committee for work plans. And so our work plans is the actual meat of the different types of work that the EJAC will be attending to and holding. And that's something that we're going to be deciding together, and hopefully something that we could move forward after this session. We also reported out on the fact that myself and co-chair Karen Lincoln were selected as the co-chairs of the Environmental Justice Advisory Council. And that, again, that decision was done by general consensus, and all of us as EJAC members made the vote at the last meeting to decide the co-chair positions. And the co-chairs will be a part of the governance committee and the work plan committee. And we will also allow the other, well, not allow, but the other EJAC members will also be dispersed among the 2 subcommittees to make sure that we get those things done. And I don't know if I'm missing some other things as I'm not looking directly at their report.
I think that sounds right to me. Thank you. I'm curious if there's any questions or thoughts from the other EJAC members.
Yes, I do have a question. Did you also mention about the budget and the contracts that we have with the consultants?
I had that conversation on my one-on-one, but it was brought to all of our attention, and us as the EJAC, we also requested that we'd get the documentation behind the contractors that help us guide these meetings, the Better World Group. And I believe that information is going to be discussed in our meeting today, if I'm not mistaken. That's in the agenda on housekeeping and administration, I believe.
That's correct.
And so we can get to that discussion then, but we did bring that up, and we're really looking forward to having those numbers discussed with us and seeing what we could do there. Go ahead, Kevin.
So my question was more on, are you done with that item? Sorry. With the
On
one
the
that you just,
the
go ahead.
report to the BES, yeah. Unless you have like any comments or questions about things that may have missed or other things that we have to report back.
No, to me, it's, I'm just wondering, when are we going to get these committees off the ground and get to work? I left the last meeting thinking we were going to meet, the governance committee was going to meet, and then I wasn't even sure if I was on the governance committee, and that's okay if other people are wanting to do it, but I want to get going. So so where are we with that on the 2 committees as far as final
So
appointments and getting scheduling meetings?
that's a really good question. So I would say today is the intended date that we're supposed to be setting those committees up. And so those are set up in agenda items 7 and 8. And so I'm guessing today would be when we as the EJAC come together and decide, what are the priorities that we have and, who can really help us to flesh out the governance of our EJAC body. And so that's what today would be looking like. And so I'm assuming after we have those things set up, we'd be able to go boots on the ground and be able to get the work done. And so that's what I'm envisioning. I don't know if there's any comments from other EJAC members or other members in the public about that.
I would just like to chime in real quick here, co-chair, that we will also be discussing in today's agenda a roadmap for what the future next meetings could look like in regards to when the governance subcommittee will meet. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Magali.
Thank you. Yes, I believe that that is on the agenda. I was looking at the working group. However, I believe that in order for us to have a plan, we need to basically first set up shop, meaning structure the governance of how we're going to function.
Yeah, that sounds about right. And I think after we get some of the other EJAC members to join us and we go through maybe the team building exercise, we'll be able to maybe understand a little bit better like what the priorities of our work are going to entail and what are some of the changes that we have to see made in order to make this a functional board. I'm curious, should we start that team building exercise now, or should we wait for some of the other EJAC members to join? What are your thoughts, Kevin and Magali? Go ahead.
If it is team building, I think everyone should be here in the meeting.
Okay, that sounds good. Maybe we could wait maybe 5 more minutes to get that exercise started when Co-Chair Lincoln joins us. And I'm
How
not
many-
too sure.
How many
Go ahead.
people are we? How many people are we missing at this point?
We're missing Nam, Miss Levon. I believe those are the members that we're missing, apart from Co-Chair Lincoln.
And George, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's right, George.
So we don't have quorum yet. Is that what I
No, we do not.
understand?
Yeah, that's
Because
correct.
there's, am I correct? I know this sounds like a silly question, but there's 7 of us, correct? Total?
Yeah.
All right. So we're missing 3, is what I'm hearing. Okay.
4. Or no, 3, you're
4.
right.
Great.
Kat, go ahead.
Sorry to be so
Oh, no
late
worries.
and leave you so lonely.
Yeah, I just want to chime in and say that Karen Lincoln, your other co-chair, is supposed to join us at 3:30. So then we would have quorum.
Okay, so I guess we'll hold out on that exercise until Co-Chair Lincoln joins us. But for now, is there any other comments on some of the things that we've discussed so far? And anything in particular with the Board of Environmental Safety? Actually, on my end, I did forget to mention that the Board of Environmental Safety did ask us a really good question, and I think it's something that we should discuss as an EJAC as well. Is there any opportunities for us to collaborate on meeting spaces together with something in mind that they have their own rules to abide by? And so that means that they can't meet in pairs bigger than 2, and that's why they divide their work into subcommittees. But I'm curious as to what the other EJAC members think about maybe creating space for discussions with the Board of Environmental Safety in our work plan and making that something that we maybe focus on or maybe just create space for discussions on. I'm curious. Any thoughts? Go ahead.
Yes, I think that's very important. And I do believe that we should have some of the Board of Environmental Safety with us working on the planning. And by the way, when we're working on the planning, on the work, they already have an agenda themselves that they're looking for us to advise them on. So that's why I think it will be important for them to be part of that subcommittee as well.
So yeah, I want to second, I think working with members of BES who are interested in doing that, they've got their own job. But yes, if a couple of the BES members would be interested in advising our work plan development so that we can better mesh with them and sort of we're still developing the roles that each has. So I think that's critical at this point. Yeah, great idea.
I'm curious, maybe just to throw it out there to keep us moving forward. What would a time frame that sounds good for the EJAC feel like in terms of like meeting spaces with the BES? Was that something that we would plan to do maybe once a month, twice a month? And curious as to like maybe if it would require its own subcommittee group apart from the governance and the work plan, just because I think that that's a really big point of contact between DTSC and us as the EJAC body. So I'm wondering what would folks think would work the best?
I would have somebody from BES work with the governance committee and someone from BES work with the work plan committee. Maybe one or two people from them. And then once those two documents have been created, you bring the whole thing together. I mean, that's just the way I would work at it. Doesn't mean everybody else works the same way, but that's the way I think about it.
That's actually a really great point, and I think that having a BES member that guides us through maybe some of the similar structures that they had to do in terms of governance and laying the foundation down for their board, I think that may be a really helpful insight to have within our own organization. But of course, we're an independent body. I will remind
Right.
folks. And so whatever process that we come up with is our process, but just the fact that they do have the experience in crafting something that's really new, I think that could be really helpful. Magali, any thoughts on how we integrate with the Board of Environmental Safety?
Yes, so I actually, because I think they have to learn from us, I'm gonna go reverse on this because I think they have to be there more as an observer than telling us what we need to do, and basically to observe how we're gonna be doing our work, because they are set up in a very specific structure of government, and giving those assignments as being there as a commission by somebody else, and as an elected official. So I think I think they should be invited as observers, and then we make the decisions as we always do, working with the communities for the benefit of the community, and more or less restricted by the government structure.
Yeah, I totally get that. And just maybe to be specific for other folks is that they are mandated under SB 158 to maintain Robert's rules and do things a little bit more formally than say a board like ourselves in the EJAC would. But nonetheless, just having their insight, I think, could be helpful in just seeing how they operate versus how we intend to operate, and making those things that we do different really stand out. Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, I was in no way thinking that they would be telling us what to do, in that I'm simply, I was thinking, I mean, there's a lot of um, experience there, and uh, there's a couple of members there who've been working in the movement for many, many years alongside some of the folks in this room. And so having them to just be a partner as we develop, I know on the governance side, a document that we all agree is going to get us where we need to be, and uh, the same with the work plan. So, but we advise them, um, and that's our role as an independent advisor. So we wouldn't want to do anything that would compromise that at all. But if there are things that we can learn about their processes and how they work, and we can better design ours so that our advisory work is more effective, I think that's never going to be a lose. But obviously, it's our work, our document. They don't have a say in that particular advisory role with that, say, again, the work plan committee on, what's in it or whether they like it or not. But again, having their feedback on that, and just, again, if they have experience in that area. Work plan development is always interesting to me, having written, I don't know, I'm not exaggerating, but in the last 30 years, probably 200 grants or more. I always appreciate having people that I'm going to do work with in that project work together on the work plan we're creating. Again, having created many of them basically in a closet, all on my own, I find it better when I can get a second set of eyes on it, or even a third, again, if it's people who are engaged in that kind of work and really want to help out. So I look on BES as our partner as well, and the tool that can take the work that we're doing and the things that we see and that we want to move forward. Those things, is my understanding, are going to be moving forward through them. So again, building that relationship early on with that group. Since we have this opportunity, they're very new, we're very new. Over at CARB, I mean, that's been very hard for us because we didn't have that kind of relationship with the board then. We're trying now to craft that kind of a relationship, and it's hit or miss, but here we're on the ground floor. Maybe we can train them right off the bat on how to act and to learn to listen to us.
That sounds great. I just want to acknowledge that we have a couple hands raised. So if I could get Charlene. Go ahead.
Thank you, co-chair. Okay, I don't know if I'm showing. Appreciate this discussion. I just want to call out to your attention that in the framework, it does state that there will be 2 BES board members who will be your primary contact and work as a subcommittee with you all. When you want to check in with them, and your governance or whatever you come up with, how the cadence of how and you want to check in is on you to decide. And then there's also that the BES executive director and the DTSC deputy DTSC director and the co-chairs of BES will meet periodically to go over agendas and other decision-making kinds of things that have lifted up. But there's that level that's spelled out, and then there's also liaisons with the BES who will be meeting with you all, or you will be meeting with them. So that's laid out. It doesn't say what you'll be meeting about or the frequencies, but that there are 2 people in a subcommittee for the BES that you will be meeting with. I just wanted to call that out so that you don't have to start from scratch.
Thank you, Charlene. That was really helpful. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Serlene beat me to it. I was going to share the same info, so thank you, Serlene. I think now I'll just take this time on the floor to call out that it seems like we have quorum, so I'd love to take the EJAC member roll call here, and then we can move on with our agenda if that sounds good to you, co-chairs.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
So should we reintroduce ourselves again?
I'm going to call the roll call if that's okay with you, and then you can state your name.
Call the roll.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry. Go ahead.
I'll call your name, your pronouns, and anything else you wish to share. If you want to share how you're feeling coming into this meeting or anything else about you that you'd like the public to know. So I'll call in order. Miguel Alatorre.
Here. Miguel Alatorre, he, him pronouns, out of Kettleman City, Executive Director of the Unidos Network in the Central Valley. And I'm really glad to have the public join us today, and really grateful for my other EJAC members for being here also.
Thank you, Co-Chair Alatorre. George Galvez. Kevin Hamilton.
Hi, this is Kevin Hamilton, he, him pronouns. I originally come from the hills of Appalachia, working in mines and steel mills, and out here now to California, fighting it seems like the same fight, working around trying to ensure that what we're doing in our world every day isn't hurting people. I'm also a registered respiratory therapist, asthma clinical specialist, and I've been working on addressing the health impacts of our environment and how they affect residents here in the San Joaquin Valley, and especially the farm worker population and low-income and homeless folks. So that's about it.
Thank you, Kevin. Co-Chair Karen Lincoln.
Very good. Thank you, President. I'm very happy to represent the public as co-chair of the EJAC. Thank you.
Thank you. Nam Nguyen. Magali Sanchez Hall.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Founder, director of Emerge. Buenas tardes a todos y gracias por estar aquí. También I just wanted to say that basically represented Southern California, specifically Wilmington and Los Angeles.
Thank you. And Ms. Levon Stone. All right, seeing that we have quorum, I would like to turn it back to our co-chairs to maybe go back to the meeting minutes. That was agenda item 2. Yeah, go ahead, co-chairs, and take it away, the discussion on the meeting minutes.
So our discussion on the meeting minutes, continuing where we were at from the last meeting. I think we had mentioned before, Co-Chair Lincoln joined us, that we made some movement towards setting up our governance committees and our work plan committee. We also decided how we're going to move in towards of making decisions, which is the general consensus model. We did pick our co-chairs, which is myself and Co-Chair Lincoln. And we also had some discussion about getting some of the financial information concerning the contractors, concerning public engagement, and what the budget is for the EJAC moving forward. And that's something that we're going to be discussing further in items 7 and 8 of today's agenda. And I think the other part is we were also discussing no, I think we got mostly all of that. That was it for the meeting minutes of the last meeting. I don't know if I missed anything, Co-Chair Lincoln.
No, thank you. I think you summarized it well. I think we can, if there are any questions for the EJAC members, we can take them at this time. Any questions on the minutes? And hopefully you've had a chance to review them. If you have not, feel free to take a few moments to do that, and then we can entertain any questions that you might have.
So just as a point of order in the future, I mean, you sent the documents around, and you did. Thank you for that. But sometimes it's easier if you're going to have us look at or vote on a document, if you drop that in the chat so that everybody can just pop it open and take a look at it. That's much easier if you don't mind. That would be useful. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Kevin. So for our consultants, for those of you who would like to review the minutes in real time, we can do as suggested, drop them in the chat. we can also sort of think about what makes the most sense for us. If everyone has not had an opportunity to review the minutes prior to the meeting, we can carve out time during our meetings and share them via our share screen when we're in a virtual space, or drop them in the chat and let you review them in your own time. Yes, I see Kat's hand.
Yes, I would like to thank you for that recommendation. We did just drop the full agenda packet into the chat. And I also just want to highlight for the co-chairs to ask if there's any corrections, in addition to questions, if there's any corrections to the minutes, that would be helpful for us to know. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kat. And I think we're still waiting to find out if everyone had a chance to review, and then we can call for questions. Yes, Magali?
Yes, I had the time to review them and they look fine to me, specifically what it was on the agenda and added what we were going to do also for the following meeting. So I would like to move forward with a vote to approve the agenda for the June meeting's minutes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Before we entertain that motion, any corrections to the minutes? I'm sorry, Miguel, I did not hear you.
I don't think there's any corrections on my end. Kevin, did you have any corrections?
None?
I do not. No, and I'll second the motion to approve the minutes, by the way.
Okay, so there being no further corrections, the minutes stand approved as read. We do have a motion to approve the minutes. Magali has stated the motion. Kevin has seconded.
Co-chair, would you
All in
like me to
favor?
call for a vote?
Yes, please.
Okay. This is a motion to approve the agenda minutes from June. Please say aye or nay. Miguel Alatorre,
Aye.
George Galvez, Kevin Hamilton,
Aye.
Karen Lincoln,
Aye.
Nam Nguyen, Magali Sanchez Hall,
Aye.
Levon Stone. Thank you. That motion carries. All right, co-chairs, if you'd like to move us on to agenda item 4, that would be great.
Yeah, sure. So as we discussed earlier, we mentioned that we would be doing a team building exercise for the sake of getting to know our fellow EJAC members better, and to also have the public know what may be some of the motivations that we have. For some background, there is 3 questions here. If EJAC members do not feel comfortable answering these questions, that's okay. They don't have to answer any questions they would not like to, and they also don't have to answer all 3 questions. Maybe 1 question would suffice, but the more folks are able to share, I think the better. So Karen Lincoln, Co-Chair Lincoln, I'm sorry. Is there anything I'm missing there, or would you like to guide us through that?
No, you're not missing anything. Actually, thank you. Thank you. And so I guess the only thing that I would add, in addition to picking one of these questions, if you have a different question that you'd like to offer, that you feel would be supportive of building the team, a question that you'd like to ask and answer, I'd like to open that up as an opportunity. Otherwise, here are the three questions. And as Co-Chair mentioned, you don't have to answer all 3. So
I guess if everyone feels comfortable, I can start off and maybe break the ice by saying that I would say the person that most influenced me in my life, it is going to sound cheesy, but my mother and my grandmother, Mary Lou Mares, my grandmother, and my mother, Marisela Mares Alatorre, they are, I would say the shining example of what true community champions are in my eyes. They've sacrificed everything in order to be able to serve their communities. They've given up hours with their family. They've given up many nights at community meetings and explaining things to community members. And so I'm really driven by seeing that experience firsthand as a third generation activist that has been blessed with the ability to be in all these different spaces and see the beauty of getting together as a community. And that's something that I could have never done without my mother and my grandmother being there and setting the tone and the foundation for why community service and community support and the love of your community is so important. And it's something that to this day, I try to embody every single day as a person that works in really vulnerable and sometimes difficult to work in communities, is that passion to serve others. So that's something that definitely carries over to the work that I do here at the EJAC. So a little bit about me. And I don't know if anyone else would like to go. Maybe they could raise their hand so we can make it a little bit easier for folks to see. But if anyone is comfortable going next, I'll open up the floor for others. Magali, please.
For the purpose of time, and thank you for sharing. You took that one from me, okay? I think women are basically you know, what drives the whole universe and the world. But I want to take question number one. The priorities of the community I serve basically are resources, every type of resources. As you know, we are bombarded with every source of pollution that one can think of, from the oil industry, from the movement of goods, from the railroads, from everything. So asthma, as Kevin was speaking, it's one of the priorities that we need to find a resource to better have data, and that basically the health department and government can do better in addressing these issues, especially with our children in Wilmington, which 99% have asthma. And we can say almost 100% of the children. So another thing that I think it's a priority in our community is to bring information. There's a lot of lack of information and education on what is affecting their daily lives, which it is. And we are right now under, as you know, attack by this administration, and they're taking everything we have. And so resources will be one of the priorities that I think we need in my community specifically.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Opening up the floor to any other EJAC members who'd like to share. Go ahead, Karen.
Thank you. So I'm going to attempt to answer 1 and 3. As I think both of them are related to what we all need to feel included and supported, and that is to be heard. And I think that part of the ability to be heard using our own voice is for people to listen without judgment, without prejudgment, and with some level of empathy, whether you understand it or not. I think everyone's point of view is important. It is crucial, whether we agree with it or not. And so I think in terms of the communities that I serve, there are many to but none of them will come to fruition unless we hear them. And I think it's really important to feel included and supported on this team, and to feel supported and included by members of our communities that we serve is to be heard.
Thank you so much for that, Coach Lincoln. I see we have a hand up by Beatriz.
Hi, I'm not part of this team. I'm part of a Clean Air Coalition, and we just need to be included because the problems that we're having in the community with the environment is incredible. We have the feeling that in order for anybody to make a difference, they have to have the information. And right now with Kemetco, I don't know if you have heard about it, but it's causing a lot of problems in our community. But our community does not have the information, does not feel included. And I need to know what is needed for them to be included so they can do something about it. Because if you don't know what is hurting you, you're not going to do anything about it because you lack the information. So Clean Air Coalition is trying, but I am surprised that he's not in this meeting because we really are hurting big time. But we need to make sure that we have the information. My son died because of thymoma cancer, and we're sure that is because of Kemetco. It's causing and is releasing all these carcinogen agents that is hurting us, plus lead, and it's hurting the kids. So what do we need to be included in these meetings? Thank you.
Thank you, Beatriz. I just want to remind folks, as a part of our meeting procedure, we do have a space for public comment during agenda item 9, but I did want to acknowledge the hand that we hand up, and thank you, Beatriz, for bringing that up. In terms of how, you know, we're going to include the public is definitely ask folks to join this meeting space so that we know what those things that are going on in your community are, and we could help to better prioritize those needs and make sure that the information is available for folks to make informed decisions and to be more a part of this process. We as the EJAC board are a separate body from DTSC and the Board of Environmental Safety, and we are an advisory council. And so we do as much as we can. So please keep attending these meeting spaces, and thank you so much for the time you took to be here. Kevin, did you want to go ahead and say a little something?
So on the team building questions, so the priorities of the communities that Medical Advocates for Healthy Air serves, folks just want to live their lives. They want to have clean air to breathe, clean water to drink, sustainable food that's affordable, have a decent job that doesn't kill them at the same time it's providing for them and their families, and have opportunities for them and their children for a better future. That's pretty much it, has been my experience. And they're not getting in the communities that we serve in the San Joaquin Valley. And I know they're not getting them in communities all over this country, let alone California. And until we change that, it's just not going to be right. It's never going to be right. So the areas that I work in play to my strengths around medicine, around my experiences as a young man working on farms and then working in mills and then working on a ship in the Navy, trying to bring any of those skills to bear in that experience to help is really the focus that I've had for most of my life. As far as influential people or experiences in your life, I don't come from a family that has any resources at all, zero. And it was remarkable to me in my life. There have been 3 or 4 moments where somebody has helped me and they didn't have to. It wasn't always a big thing. But they did. They reached out at that moment and said, no, let me help you with that. And we could just do that, you know, with each other. I think things would get a lot better. But there wouldn't be, for instance, the asthma program that I created, which was focused on a Cuban model where we have promotores that go out into communities, live in the communities, and are trained to do minor assessments on folks, provide them with some health education, and most most importantly, hold their hands through difficult times and get them back, to if they need healthcare, making sure they get there. Once they get it, make sure they understand how to use whatever tools the medical system has given them. Same with food and other things. To me, that's the model. So we started doing that back in the late 90s. And, after almost 20 years on this particular one related to respiratory diseases, asthma, we were finally able to get Medi-Cal to reimburse for doing things like providing air filtration in people's homes or doing home repairs for them, and having a promotorist, a community health worker there who's able to get them signed up for all the kinds of programs that they're entitled to, that are going to make their lives easier and help them have a little bit more recreation time in their homes and live a healthier life. So to me, these are things that we should be focusing on. I've always said that we can help people in their homes to leverage the things that are there, but outside their homes, this is where we fight the battle for them because they don't have time. So making sure the air they breathe is clean, the earth that is around them isn't toxic with some kind of terrible chemical that got left there who knows how long ago, or is being emitted and dropping on them now or in their water. And that's our job, right? That's what we're looking. It's part of our job to safeguard that. What helps me feel included and supported on a team? Just being on a team that works together, where everybody respects everybody else's right to speak, to have an opinion that may be different than yours, and to work together to consensus on some things where maybe I give a little and you give a little, and in the end we come out with something that we can all feel is going to work right. We're going to watch it and together, and as we see as it evolves, improve it, and by the way, potentially toss it if it's not, but at least we're all working together. And again, I've always said, when I'm working with people who some folks say are on the other side, if I can get one thing that we can agree on and work together on and be successful on, I always figure that's one more step toward getting them to turn back in the right direction again. So long-winded, sorry about that, but you did ask 3 questions. Thank you.
I think I got to know you a little better there. Okay, does anyone else want to share or say any words about any team building exercises, or maybe bring up a question that's not on here? And go ahead, Magali.
I was going to say, was that the last one? I didn't think I was.
Yeah, it was. So I think I would like to recommend that for the following meetings, for, to do some sort of like break the ice, or that also that we can say or mention what we're working on in our communities currently. What is it that we're doing in our communities to make sure that we're addressing environmental racism and environmental justice as well. Just wanted to recommend for next time, for next meeting.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I'm wondering, how does the EJAC feel about taking public comment on this particular item, or if we're good to maybe move forward to our next item? What do folks think? Go ahead.
Yeah, if I might interject, Co-Chair, you opened this agenda item by saying if other EJAC members have questions they want to ask each other or share. I think this is definitely the space for that. And, I just heard from Magali that that's a question that she'd like to ask as an icebreaker in order for the public, I think, also to get to know you all. So I think that's a great use of this time too to revisit that question if you want to now, Magali, and answer your own question.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to actually tell a little bit more about what we're doing in my community, if that's okay with everyone.
Sure.
Okay, so here we go. So tomorrow we're having a professor from Howard University from Core Lab that is coming together with another someone from Sweden that is also coming to take a toxic tour in Wilmington so they can see all the sources of pollution, moving sources and stationary sources as well. So we're going to be providing that. And next week, we will be doing the same thing with 35 students that are coming from all over the United States and are taking a program, which is called the Scholars Program for UCLA School of Public Policy, Public Health. So we're going to be doing that as well. And we have students in the area that are doing community air quality monitoring. So we're actually monitoring the air, and we're doing a project with Howard University. And soon we'll be joining also a project, hopefully with NASA, with the students from the community. So that's what we're doing right now, grassroots work with the community.
Anyone else feel like sharing? Well, I guess we can say, well, on the Unidos network, and one of the big things that we're also doing is similarly a toxic tour. Our toxic tour spans many different communities, and all those communities are communities that are Latino, farm worker, mostly Spanish speaking in the unincorporated areas, which is something that we see is a very big common denominator amongst the communities that we work in, is the fact that most of them are unincorporated. And we take people on this toxic tour that are interns that work with our organization, different community members from these different communities, so that they can see some of the similarities in the issues that they're facing and how coming together can help solve all those issues. And we do that via door-to-door outreach, working with students and teachers from the different counties that we do work in, as this work spans Kings, Kern, and Tulare County. And so those are all a really big deal for some of the folks that live in Kettleman City, as it's a lot of the times they don't really get too far out of their neck of the woods in the valley. And so we're really spread out in terms of distance. And from Kettleman City to the end of the tour, which is at the Cesar Chavez National Monument in Keene, that's about maybe like a, I don't know, 2 to 3 hour drive. And so it's a really big opportunity for folks to get out and see a lot of the different issues that community members all across are facing, from that common denominator of unincorporation, and the fact that a lot of the state's hazardous waste and municipal waste landfills are in a lot of these communities that look just like we do, right? And so that's some of the work that we also do, and we tie it together by bringing in the academic partners who show us the science behind a lot of these pollutants, how these pollutants are generated, and educating community members in a format that's not so academic on their end, so that they're really able to understand and comprehend why these chemicals are so bad, who produces them, and how they can help make a change. And so that's a little bit of the work that we hold. I don't know if anyone else wants to share, and I will say we're set to end this agenda item at 4:15, just as a timekeeping matter. Sorry, I was looking at my other screen. Go ahead, Kevin.
So in the Central Valley, and Miguel is part of this, we wrote a proposal. Actually, I wrote a proposal about a year ago to the Zero truck folks on moving forward. And they kindly gave us the money to work with other organizations in the San Joaquin Valley to create a leadership council, if you will, not to be confused with leadership council, but for justice and accountability. But that was fully informed on issues around transportation related air pollution. So we are about to do the third round, and we will be in Stockton. This time we were in Bakersfield, out in the oil fields and in the ag areas. In the first meeting and the second meeting, we were in Fresno looking at and touring through the areas where residents had pointed out problems. So that the group who is coming from all over San Joaquin, we did with their grant monies, we use it to pay the other organizations to be able to send people to the meeting. And then in each one of these meetings, they've been learning about different parts of what I call goods movement or freight movement and how it moves from one side of the world to the other. And then once it gets to our side of the world, and specifically in California, you know, how it moves around, how it's transported around, and the emissions that go along with that. And so, and then, you know, we've been very historical, taking it from how these things were built back 150 years ago, moving forward. How did they get there? Why are they there? Why were they built like this versus another way? I always think it's critical to understand where you've been if you really want to get where you're going, so that you're not bringing up old ideas and recycling them and thinking, oh, yeah, I can do that better than they did. It just doesn't work out. And so that's what we're doing. The next meeting is in Stockton. As I say, we'll be taking a tour of the Stockton docks. Little Miller Rising will be hosting that meeting. Again, the town we go to, a local, one of our partners there will host. And so there'll be one last meeting, a fourth one after that. And the idea is coming out the other side with a collaborative group of organizations who all want to focus on how we move goods around California and how we can decrease the danger of that to the communities that are experiencing it. And it's one of the things that I've been working on and focusing while I was still working in the hospital and the trauma center, and started working on air pollution related things for reasons I can tell another time if people are interested. Until now has always been about this approach. So how do we all work together? How do we educate each other? We all know different things. I started the idea of patient humility, and in fact train the whole CARB group on it, and which says that we all learn from each other. If I'm a medical professional in a room with a patient who's a farm worker, that farm worker has a ton of things that person can teach me, and I need to learn them if I'm going to better help them. And then I have things that I can teach them. So instead of me telling them, oh, you're sick, do this, I'm learning from them. How many kids do you have? How's it going? What do you do for a living? How does that affect you? The more things I can learn, the better prepared I can be to help with whatever tools I might have, and make a determination as to whether or not the tools I have are useful in this situation, because barriers people live with every day could make the thing I think is going to work just never going to work. They're not going to be able to make that happen. So we have to consider in every one of these ideas that we have about how we would change this thing to make it better, is who's it hurting, who's it helping. And I think, anyway, that's kind of how I do it.
Thank you for that, Kevin. I think that was a really great opportunity for us to really get to know some of the core work that we all do and how a lot of it is similar in what we do around the different communities we serve. With that being said, I think we're all good unless other members want to stay on this item to move on to agenda item number 5. Is that all right for folks?
Yeah, seeing no hands, I think we'll move on to agenda item number 5. Thank you for that discussion. So our next agenda item concerns some housekeeping items, specifically for EJAC's budget and the meeting roadmap to complete the work plan and governance. So before those items, we'll be calling for a motion to amend a previously adopted motion from our meeting on June 30th. So taking us all back, the motion was to hold 2 virtual full EJAC meetings in July. One focused on governance, it would be a work session, and then a formal open meeting where the consultants and DTSC staff would be present. Due to time constraints, it's our understanding from the consultants and DTSC that 2 meetings would not be feasible. Therefore, I move to amend the motion adopted at our June 30th EJAC meeting regarding holding 2 virtual full EJAC meetings in July by striking out 2 and inserting 1. So Kat, please call roll call if we need to vote.
Co-Chair Lincoln, is there a second for that motion?
I second.
I
that
sec-
mo-
Magali seconds and Miguel?
All
Okay,
third.
in case we need one. Yes, thank you.
Okay, sounds good.
So yes, let's call for the vote. Thank you.
All right, I'll call for a vote to amend the previously stated motion to hold 2 full EJAC virtual meetings, public meetings in July to 1, strike out 2, replace with 1. And I will call the roll now. Please say yes or no, aye or nay. Miguel Alatorre,
Aye.
George Galvis, Kevin Hamilton,
Aye.
Karen Lincoln,
Yes.
Pam Nguyen, Magali Sanchez Hall,
Aye.
and Levon Stone, and that motion carries. Thank you.
Good. So now we'll turn to DTSC and the consultant team to discuss the remainder of the housekeeping items.
Great, thank you. And just want to start off by saying thank you so much for sharing more about yourselves. It's just been such an honor learning more about you all. And every time I hear more about your stories and your work, it's just a reminder of why we all do this work. So thank you. That being said, today we will go over some administrative guidance on travel for EJAC members prepared by Kim Smith, as well as go over resources available to you for the EJAC to use and keep in mind while you are developing your work plans. Next slide, please. So before I pass it over to Kim Smith, I did just want to note for the EJAC members that your contact information on this slide is for Christy Spotsville. Christy Spotsville will be your travel coordinator. And if you need to contact her for questions or requests for travel, that is her email address. And I will pass it over to Kim.
Thanks, Jillian. Hello, everybody. I just want to say it's an honor to be of service to this EJAC Council. So I have had the pleasure of talking with some of you and emailing you many emails to return forms, etc. So we want to extend our appreciation for your patience for all of the onboarding forms. Magali knows form after form after form. So we just want to say thank you for that. So I'm going to briefly review our travel guidelines with you. So it'll be very brief. So before you travel, you'll receive a travel reference guide. I have created a guide that entails instructions regarding your travel. And you'll also receive Form 1708A. This form will be used to assist you in your travel. It'll help you prepare your travel reservations for airline, if you need hotel, car rental. This form will help you to list your items that you need and email it back to Christy. Once she receives that back from you, she'll prepare your final travel preparations. The second thing is during your travel, please remember to keep your receipts. So keep your parking receipts, your Uber or your Lyft receipts, your hotel receipts. Those are very important in order to reimburse you for your travel expense claim. Better known as, you'll hear me refer to it as TEC. So if you receive an email from me, I'll probably say the acronym TEC, which is your travel expense claim. So lastly, after your travel, you'll also receive another form, 1709, but this form will help you compute your travel-related expenses. And so once you receive this form, you'll submit it back to Christy for final, or Jackie. We do have a few travel coordinators that will be assisting you with your travel. And once you submit that form back, the information is sent to our accounting office. It's then submitted to the state controller's office for final processing. And that will take sometimes maybe 5 to 6 weeks before you receive your check. So again, Miguel and everybody, I want to make sure that you understand we appreciate your patience. We're beginning to finalize all of your travel claims and get that up to date. So thank you so much. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions, and hopefully you won't have too many more forms to fill out. So thanks a lot, everybody. Turn it back over to Jillian.
Thanks, Kim. We can move on to the next slide. So I wanted to start off by giving you all a budget update, and we can do this on a more regular basis, perhaps quarterly, to make sure that you are all up to date on what has been spent and what you still have to spend for travel and per diems. So to just kind of walk through what's on the screen, starting with the first column, it shows the total allotted budget through June 2026. This is what we started out with, and it's through June 2026, not 25. So, the next column is what has currently been spent. This is projected allotted, per diems and travel for the last couple of meetings and the onboarding sessions. Some folks you may not have gotten their per diems just yet. We are working through the process. As Kim was saying, it could take a few weeks sometimes to get through the travel process. It's the same for per diems. So this is the projected amount that has been spent before this meeting. And then the last column is what you currently have to work with and keep in mind while you're budgeting for your work plans. Something else I wanted to note is as you're building out your work plans, something to consider is the feedback that we received. When we initially went out for the framework, we received a lot of public comment from people about wanting to see the EJAC working in more rural areas. So something to consider if you're, planning your work plan and you're planning community engagement or anything. Some communities that we heard from that wanted to see the EJAC in their area was the Salton Sea, Fort Ord, and the Central Valley. So something to consider. Next slide. Sorry. So contracts can be used when implementing work plans, including meeting facilitation, outreach and research, translations, and governance. Some of the contractors you've already met and are currently in use. They are all listed on the screen. And the one that I really wanted to talk about today is the outreach and research contract. Since you have not met that contractor just yet, we just recently finalized that contract and they're currently being onboarded. The contract for the outreach and research is managed by Tracy Fuerte on the DTSC team. So if you have Any requests for services for that contract, that would be your point of contact. Next slide. So more about the outreach and research contract. The outreach contractor will provide assistance in the EJAC's outreach plan. They can assist with monitoring progress. This contract will also assist in developing outreach materials or planning events for you, if the EJAC chooses. There is also the ability in this contract to subcontract for environmental justice subject matter experts. So something to keep in mind as you develop your work plans. And next slide. That concludes our presentation. So any questions?
I see we have a hand raised by
Yes, yeah.
Magali.
Mhm.
Yes, so we have a budget for 1 year to 2026 June. That's when it ends, the use of these funds. Well, I'm really concerned because the meeting facilitation is 250,000, and then we go into the community engagement and research another 250,000, and then we go into governance 195,000. I just, how did it get to that? How did you even, how was that approved, and who made those contracts happen? I'm sorry, I'm gonna be the bad one here, but I just think it's a lot of money that is going into a process that most likely we could have worked on setting that up ourselves. And I just wanted to know how did you get to do all of that without or justify without us having input in those process of allocating those funds?
Yeah, so the contracts themselves, they take about a year to go all the way through to the date of execution, or they can take up to a year. These ones definitely did. We did not have the time to wait to onboard an EJAC and then develop contracts. Otherwise, you wouldn't have any contracting support for the first year or so of the EJAC's existence. So what we did was we worked with other departments that had EJACs. We developed lessons learned. These were the recommended contracts that were recommended to us that would make the EJACs a little bit easier to facilitate. I know the research outreach contract was one that we heard from other teams that was really needed in other EJACs. So it was a lot of lessons learned, a lot of just timing needed to have them in place. And we can also reevaluate in future years. I know that there are some rules around contracting that I would have to get back to you on, but I know that there are possibilities of like extensions and things like that. So that's something that we'll work with you on as you develop your work plan. If you're like, we really need this in year 2027, right? That's something that we'll continue to work with you guys on.
Thank you for that. And Magali, can I just follow up if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So yeah, and I appreciate the question. I think we understand, because I know we've been told that, you know, it does take time to execute these contracts, and we appreciate the fact that these resources were available when the EJAC was formed, and so that's a positive. I think one of the things that I'm hearing in general is we need sort of transparency. So we see the number, but we don't understand what those numbers mean. We don't understand what, you know, was allocated, what the line items are, et cetera, if there's any area of flexibility. So if it's possible to have a more itemized budget for these contracts that you can share with us, because if you know, the number could be very large if we don't know what's all sort of baked into that number. So the extent to which we can have some transparency in terms of how is this budget broken down and how is it itemized, I think would be helpful and maybe alleviate some questions, and then we can sort of continue to have the discussions about areas where we might have more questions, if that's helpful. So I'm not sure how transparent or how your ability to share information about the budgets specifically for each contract.
Yeah, I do want to make sure that I'm working within the rules of contracting, to be honest. So I'm going to have to take this back to the contracting team and see what we can provide you guys. But we can figure something out to get to you. That's more of a breakdown.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
I see we have a hand up.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Miguel. Before we move on to Kat's hand, I want to go back to Magali. She had her hand raised before me.
Oh, go ahead. I didn't see
Thank
that.
you.
Yes, and my concern, thank you, Co-Chair Karen Lincoln. My concern here is that all of these decisions were made when I actually was thinking that I was going to be part of also distributing or allocating these funds for communities that are heavily impacted and burdened by all these toxics and pollution and emissions. And so in addressing and informing the community, instead of having someone to basically come and facilitate meetings, and I know that's also takes time and all of that, but I think we have a very strong support group from the DTSC, the staff. They've been very great and we truly appreciate it. However, the amount of money that is going into this specific, governance setup and facilitating meetings and research and community, I mean, it's just, to me, for a period of 1 year, it's a lot. I don't know, how did you get to that number and how was that? And then leaving us with hardly anything to work with, but just, per diems and trips and hotels. It's just, to me, that's just doesn't make sense to have $1 million budget and use it for consultants.
And I know, thank you, Magali. And I know Kat had her hand up, and I just wanted to add to my previous request, Jillian, to the extent that you can share. If you can share an itemized budget, can you also share a budget justification?
Maybe. Let me figure out what I can get you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
A lot of our justification was based off of this is the first year that we're doing this.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jillian. I'm sorry. Can I clarify?
Oh, yeah.
So, and this is based on what I'm used to. So providing a budget that's sort of itemized line by line, right? And then there's a justification for those itemized amounts, right? So right? Sort of more narrative. This is kind of what will, what this particular fund for this item is for and how it will be used. And I'm not sure if a budget justification came along with the budget itself, but just in my world, I'm used to we have to have both of those to really understand, what the funds are for and how they will be used. And I'll end with this before I turn it over to Kat, is that I think it's a legitimate question, particularly when, we don't see a breakdown of what these large numbers are. At the same time, the EJAC is told they have to pay for their own lunch, right? We just can't have that seemingly juxtaposing sort of conversation unless we have a better understanding. And I think we can move forward to the extent that we're informed. And I think that's what we're asking for is information.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can work on getting those more itemized and see if we can figure out some sort of justification. I know that the contracts themselves are actually public, like you can see them on a website. So I'm pretty sure I can get you those. But yeah, let me see what we can pull together for you just to ease your minds about the decisions that were made and why everything is so costly. And I do want to also point out, though, that some of these contracts won't be moving forward. So, when we think about like the governance contract, we assume that that one is going to end and probably not be renewed, right? Since once it's up and running, or once the EJAC is running and the governance is pretty settled, we wouldn't need that anymore. There are other ones like facilitation, like say this body is able to conduct a meeting without a facilitator, then we would reevaluate. So a lot of the contracts that we put together right now are really for our learning as well, of what this body will need, what are the resources it'll need, and what did we not think about? You know, we put these together based off of the guidance from other EJACs, but you know, every EJAC is going to be different. Every group is going to be different. And if there are things that you all identify as a need for future years, that's something we'll definitely need to consider.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Kat, thank you for patiently waiting.
Absolutely. Thank you, Co-Chair Lincoln. I absolutely understand and think this is a very valid conversation with very valid questions. So I appreciate you all raising them. And I have just reflecting back some of what I've heard from you all in the past couple of months. I have a question for DTSC to answer that would maybe help all of us understand more about their contracting, not necessarily process, but like maybe their budget year cycles and how that works. So DTSC, I have a question for you, which is, if we went away as contractors this year, could the EJAC use that budget to fund things they want to do, like community engagement? Could that be possible for them, like given how your budgets work?
I would actually have to get back to you on that, and I think it would depend on what was being spent on, right? Like we only have a certain amount of autonomy with money as well, because these are state dollars. So it would really depend on what the request is. Yeah, I guess that's all I can say about that. It really depends.
See, Serlene has her hand up. Serlene?
Yes, thank you for this very, I can't see myself, so I hope I'm showing up, for this very spirited discussion. We can come back with a bit of a breakdown on how we got to the $1 million. Co-Chair Lincoln, I have to say, I understand, like when you said the justification and what you're used to. Our justification process in our budget is a little different. Things get put together in a big kind of way. So we'll have to pull that apart and explain, and we can explain to you how we set the budget up. But a lot of this $1 million is connected to other programs and other budget justification forms, if you will. So we'll look at that. Kat, to your question, like what if we go away? You really couldn't go away in this moment. And Jillian, correct me if I'm wrong, because the budget that you could not do any more work. Better World Group could do no more work and have no more billable hours. But in order for us to append some other work to those funds, we would have to do it as a subcontractor kind of arrangement. So they don't just go away. Like they have a $100,000 contract and they only do $20,000 of work. It doesn't leave $80,000 just out there for us to go in a piggy bank and spend. It's attached to something. So we'll come back and explain all of this and have our finance and contracting people on point to answer the technicalities.
Thank you, Serlene. Appreciate that. I just have one more question. I think it's more for Kim, if Kim is still here. And I know that we talk about travel, and I'm wondering, hi, Kim. So I'm wondering, is there a form that we could have whereby we are able to document our time for the per diem? So for example, I know Miguel and I, I think our interactions are a little bit different as co-chairs. We tend to spend a little bit more time with DTSC or the BES or the consultants. And so what I've been doing, I created my own spreadsheet. We have lots of phone calls. So we're spending a lot of time and there's no form for that because it's not travel, it's the per diem. So I'm wondering if you can provide a standard, not timesheet, or we can create our own, whereby we can log the dates, the hours, and whatever other information that you might need, because these aren't receipts, right?
Right. Thank you, Co-Chair Lincoln, for that question. So we do have a form for tracking your hours, but as far as the payment, I think I'm going to go ahead and turn that back over to Jillian to answer about the per diem and what's you can be paid for your per diem. So there are limitations. So I'll go ahead and refer that back over to Jillian. So thank you so much for that question, Karen.
Thank you.
Yeah, so for per diems, right now it's laid out in the framework that per diems will get paid for if it's the full body meeting or if it's joining a BES meeting or a not a subcontract, sorry, a working group. So if there is a group that was developed a work plan and it had, X number of meetings per work plan, and it's been agreed upon by the EJAC that the per diems would be spent on that work plan or that work effort. That's when we would be able to pay the per diem. We are looking into some of the things that we may have missed, and we're hoping to provide you some more clarification on what we are able to pay for those per diems. Because there are some things that we didn't think about when we did that work plan, right? So we need to think about, trainings that you've taken, things like that, things that have taken your time to be able to participate in the EJAC. So I am hoping to provide more clarification on that in the future. In the meantime, I think tracking your time is a really good idea because, again, this is a learning process for us. And if you're spending, lots of time on phone calls or planning, that's something that we'll want to incorporate into our decision on what we're able to pay you for.
Okay, thank you. And we probably want to clarify in the onboarding documentation what official EJAC business is. And I think that the conversations that we have with each other, that is official EJAC business. It may not be a public meeting, it may not be a work group meeting, but many of us didn't know each other prior to joining this council, so it typically is official EJAC business. And so I think there's no language around specifically what that is. So yeah, I agree. Thank you. We should log our hours and then we'll circle back and sort of figure out how to support that ongoing work. Very good. Any other questions or comments for this agenda item? Yes.
I wanted to ask.
Sorry, Miguel.
I did hear that we're wanting to move forward, and I'm wondering, since the contracts are not up for debate, what type of framework are we as the EJAC able to take so that these mistakes are not replicated, and that in the future the next generation of EJAC would be able to more be a part of onboarding or having a decision in like who gets these contracts or what organizations get these contracts? I think I'm curious as to like what that would look like and what type of say we could have in that. Of course, I do understand that I don't want to overstep our boundaries as a council and advisory council, but I'm just wondering what does that look like in the future?
Good question. And I have to run this by the contracting team. So I will note it down as a question that they'll answer potentially in the next meeting. But I don't know how much somebody from outside the state can get involved in, say, let's like contract scoring or something. So there may be limitations there. That's what I'm anticipating. However, as we set up our contracts and you decide that there is a need somewhere, or if there is like something very specific that you want to see in a contract to help you, you know, with setting up whatever it is you're setting up, your work plans, you're developing your work. That's something that we would be able to take into account. But again, the contracting process is very specific for the state. And I don't want to speak out of turn and say that like, oh yes, we'll be able to have you included in the meetings or anything like that. Because I would want somebody that knows the rules a little better to explain that.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm sorry. Before, I know Magali, you have your hand up. I just wanted to just say, and I know we know this, but I just wanted to remind us all that, you know, the contractors work for the EJAC, right? They're here to support us. And the extent to which, you know, they're able to do that, and we have a need and we express a need and they're able to meet those needs, I think is really important because we have a lot of work to do. And so, if there comes a time whereby we need support and we're not getting it or we're not happy with it, then, you know, we certainly want to have this conversation. However, as we move forward, you know, I just want to respect the fact that, you know, we have a lot of things that we would like to do, and we have the support to do that. And the questions are legitimate. My hope is that once we get, you know, whatever responses that we can get, it will sort of help us better understand, you know, how we've been supported. But I'm glad we have the support. And I know there are questions about how that came to be. But I will say that at this moment, I don't have any concerns about the level of support that we have had. I'm happy with the support that we have had. I know we have questions, and I thank Jillian and DTSC staff for answering those questions to the extent that you can. So with that, I will recognize Magali.
Yes, so based on this, you know, I had a conversation with several people that attended the meetings when they were doing community engagement DTSC to see how this EJAC will look like and how they will be involved in advising the BES. Okay, so the structure of the BES is by commissions, right? They're commissioned to do this work. And basically, they were advised, DTSC was advised, according to some of the people that I met that been calling me, to tell me that they feel that our work, it's being taken for granted to the extent that the commissions actually do have a salary. And then they grabbed us to put us in the EJAC to just give whatever leftover we have of our time. And having then the structure of a consultant to tell us what that we need to do in order to move forward in advising or making the right recommendations, when it should be actually for us to make the right recommendations based on the bottom up approach, not the top to the bottom. And I'm not going to leave it alone. I'm sorry. And I'm going to start, you know, this is not a structure that I agreed or approved. And as people come in to me and ask me, I will go ahead and address this as I'm telling you, that this was actually not done by me. I did not approve of this budget. I was never informed, as I just came to see and met with all of you and met with this process already set up. And that's going to be an issue. And I'm already getting some of that on, you know, with the groups that are environmental justice groups, organizations that are working at the state level. So, and DTSC was actually told in these community meetings that they had that they were supposed to have, just like the commissioners, have people that will have the time and be paid for their time. So they're not, and this is why I'm going to say this, because we always, as environmental justice activists or professionals, we always come as volunteers or giving our time and work for free, because that's how they see us, and they will continue to see us like that we're not the experts. We need someone else to come to tell us. So I will continue to question that budget, and I will continue to question the DTSC going a different approach, not that what they were told or advised by the community based organizations when they went out and consult with them, because this is what I've been told. So just wanted to put it here on record. Thank you.
Thank you. Serlene?
Magali, I appreciate the questions. I appreciate that you all want to dig deep and understand where the money is and not just say, okay, you told us we have this. I appreciate that. And as public employees, public stewards of public dollars, I think we owe you those explanations. The SB 158 set up what we call a reform for DTSC to have us be more responsive to the communities of California, the people of California and the communities. BES, the Board of Environmental Safety, was part of that. The Board of Environmental Safety was set up by legislation all on its own. However, I wasn't here. I don't know how it was set up, but the board, they are appointed, some are appointed. There's different ways that the different members are appointed. They are salaried. They are considered employees. That's what they are. That's who they are. SB 158 said, with BES and DTSC, we will form an Environmental Justice Advisory Council. The framework, which we circulated through a community open house process, open process, Northern California, Southern California, in-person meetings and virtual meetings, people gave their input. We took that input into consideration. That's how we came up with the diversity of the council, the diversity of interests. We left a lot unsaid so that you all would have, whoever became part of the EJAC would have the flexibility to create it. The 7 of you reflect the bottom up that you're seeking. The 7 of you reflect us going into the community and finding community activists and community stakeholders that reflect the various interests that you do so that we could have input. We initially wanted to be very transparent and honest. We initially wanted something like 15 to 22 people. And then when we looked at the budget, we realized we didn't have the budget for 15 to 22 people. And I know you'll say, how did we get down to 7? There's many conversations that got us here. But I just want, I guess in sum, I'm saying BES and EJAC are 2 different things, just like EJAC and my role on staff at DTSC is different than you. And EJAC is an advisory body to both the BES and to DTSC. That's all I need to say for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. So in the interest of time, I think we need to move us along. This is clearly a conversation that we need to continue. And I think once we circle back and have more information, when we hear from Jillian what you're able to get for the EJAC, Serlene, what you're able to get and share with the EJAC, we can continue the conversation, because we do need to reach some level of comfort here. And Magali, I hear you. I absolutely hear you. And Jillian, I hear you too, in that there were many things that were not thought about, right? And the extent to which we can have those revisions so that everyone feels valued for their knowledge, for their expertise, for their time. It needs to be reflected in the resources and support that we get, so that we cannot revisit this conversation. The fact that we're revisiting it is that it's top of mind for many of us, and it needs to be settled, right? It needs to be settled for the EJAC and for the communities that we represent. So I just want to raise that up. And I know it's an issue for all of us. It's a concern, and it's an important topic. But we do need to move on because we have other things that we want to make sure that we cover. So I want to turn to our consultant team to hear more about some possible timelines for completing the EJAC governance and work plan.
Thank you, Co-Chair Lincoln. I so appreciate all of your excitement, enthusiasm, dedication, and your desire to look deep at what it is that you're being called to do and in what fashion. So I just want to state that I'm really happy to hear this conversation and you asking these questions. I think they're really important. So I've heard from you all several times, you know, we want to get to work and what does that work look like? And that's one way as your staff that we're here to help you get to a place where we actually know what are we doing, when are we doing it? And that's what I would love to do a few times today. We have a few items to present to you. The first thing we're going to talk about is attachment 4 of your agenda. I'll share it or Lillian will share it in a minute. But just basically want to let you know that this is about an approach that best suits your needs to basically getting the work plan and the governance work done. So it's just a timeline, a roadmap for you all to look at and decide which one works best for you, or if you want to take pieces of this and move it to this. These are just options. It's about what your needs are. So we're just here to reflect back what you tell us today. So I hope that all makes sense. We want to talk about the timeline for work plan and governance. And just want to let you know that all of these scenarios provide for full EJAC review, and both work possibly extends into February. So those are just 2 caveats here, that this is for full EJAC review of what's happening in governance and work plan subcommittees, how we're going to get that work done, what the timeline is. So with that, Lillian, if you could share the attachment so we can all be on the same page. I'll just walk you through, I know this is a lot of text, so I'm just going to give you the highlights of each one, and then we can discuss pretty briefly now because I don't want to be too stretched for time with the rest of the agenda. So we'll try to make this brief. So here's scenario 1. And the overview of this is that it's more subcommittee meetings and that governance has the most intensive time together in August and September before the EJAC then reviews what they're working on. So you'd have 2 working subcommittee meetings for governance where they're developing and finalizing governance. It comes back to the full EJAC review in October for a meeting like this, where we hopefully have all the EJAC members to vote on or review or provide recommendations for amendments. While that's happening in August and September, you have the consulting team is working on draft work plans, probably back and forth offline with the work plan and metrics subcommittee. And so both of those items would be reviewed in October. So in short, there's just less full EJAC meetings. There's some work happening outside of subcommittee meetings, and the full EJAC meetings for review are October and January. So I'll move on to scenario 2, and then we'll talk a little bit more about what you all think of this. So the scenario 2 is more full EJAC meetings right away. Basically, you get swifter review time. So you would have, similar to the last scenario, you would have governance meeting in August, the consulting team working with this work plan subcommittee offline in August, and then presenting both of those bodies of work in September. So you just have a 1-month turnaround as opposed to 2. And then similarly, then the subcommittees go back, they make edits, but you're swapping. So October is work plan subcommittees meeting, and the governance subcommittee is meeting outside of, like offline, basically not in a meeting. Then you get full EJAC review again in November. And then possibly the other caveat here is that January is like we'll have this meeting if we need to. So let me just summarize here. So scenario 2 is more full EJAC meetings, swifter review from the full EJAC. The governance meets in August with full EJAC review in September. Work planning meets in October with full EJAC review in November. And both subcommittees are doing work outside of meetings to finalize for a vote in January. So with that, let's go back to scenario 1, Lillian, and I'll just would love to hear from you all about if out of these options, is there a preferred option? And if not, then what's missing from this? And maybe before that, I'll just stop and pause for questions because I know that was a lot of information. So just let me know what you all think about it.
I think first glance, I I look at a lot of tables and a lot of text. And I'm just wondering if this can be a little bit more clear. It's just, I don't know why it's confusing to me, for me to get my head around. Maybe it's just me. If you could summarize in a sentence what the two different scenarios are, is one that the first one is it's a longer sort of period of review. And so I guess for scenario one, if the review is in October, and then there's a review in January, are these reviews to confirm the governance? Are these reviews to confirm the work plans? So we would have to wait until next January, basically, before we have a confirmed work plan for these subcommittees. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, if I could take that. So the scenario one is governance has 2 meetings and then reviews it with the full EJAC in October for potentially a vote or maybe amendments. Then November, December, the work plan subcommittee meets with a meeting of the full EJAC in January to review, vote, possibly amend. So you have governance happening in 2 months, work plan happening in 2 months with only 2 full EJAC meetings. So in a sentence, I would say scenario one has not as swift of a review time from the full EJAC. There's more time for working groups to meet, for subcommittee meetings to happen. Scenario two, though, if you want to go to the next page again, and I apologize, I know this isn't the easiest to read, this will have swifter EJAC review and more time for the working groups to be kind of working offline, the subcommittees to be working offline. So you get 1 meeting of the governance subcommittee and then a review the next month after from the full EJAC to provide recommendations, questions, and then possible amendments to what they present. Does that clarify things? So just, that's my framing, is just swifter EJAC review for scenario.
Yeah, it clarifies things, and then I'll open it up. So it seems to me that scenario two allows for more work group committee meetings, which are not public. Is that my understanding? And we could have, is that my understanding?
I believe I would have to refer to DTSC on an answer to that about whether or not subcommittee meetings are public or not.
Well, our understanding, based on what the BES told us, is that they do have work group meetings, right? So scenario two has more work group meetings. Is that my understanding? And it's swifter.
It does not have more. It has full EJAC meetings for you all to review happening the month after.
Okay.
So actually scenario one has more working group meetings if you want to think about it.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that. And so I'm not sure, I know hands went up, so I'm not sure who had their hand up first. So who, can someone help me?
Miguel's at the top of my screen.
Was his hand up first? Okay, Miguel?
Me and Magali keep tying. But what I would say is I second Karen on the fact that it is a little confusing, and for me specifically, what makes it confusing is in the future it'd be cool if we could get these like kind of like Venn diagrammed in the sense that, like, instead of having to switch back and forth between pages, it'd be really nice to have them laid out closer together so we can see the differences a little bit better. I think Karen alluding to the fact that we do need subcommittee meetings or working group meetings, whatever we want to define them as, is something that's really important. And I would say, for sake of transparency, I would visualize these as meetings where we're able to work on work plan tasks or governance items that we eventually bring back and report out to the larger public meetings, and that way we're not operating in the dark, but we do have the ability to get things done outside of the normal meeting parameters, as sometimes it is just difficult to get us all on a meeting. So I would second any plan that prioritizing that prioritizes us having the ability to work in subcommittee groups. And I don't know what type of motion we'd have to make to do that, but that would be my recommendation. I'll pass the floor to Magal.
Can I ask a clarifying question just to make sure I'm understanding you, Miguel? Are you saying that you would prefer the scenario where there's more subcommittee meetings, or would you prefer the scenario where there's swifter EJAC review? The EJAC reviews and responds right away, basically.
In a perfect world, a balance of both, but I would say it's definitely needed to have those working group meetings. So I would prefer like any scenario that has that ability built into it, and the ability to bring that back to a main meeting for report. That would be my preferred scenario in terms of like how swift. That's something that I guess we'll decide together.
And
Thank
it's
you.
just to reiterate, my understanding, I'm sorry, is that these are subcommittee meetings. There's the governance subcommittee, and so Miguel, this is the governance subcommittee, and then this is the work plan and metrics subcommittee. So these are subcommittee meetings. And for scenario one, October will be the full EJAC. So these subcommittees will be reporting to the full EJAC in October. And then we do more editing and more revisions. We'd meet as subcommittees, and then the final sort of plans for governance and work plan would be decided in January, right? Second scenario, it's the same, it's just faster. There's a shorter sort of time frame whereby instead of, September, it would be October. Yes, scenario, it's faster. So we'd be
Just for a quick point,
a full EJAC, I'm sorry, in September, but we would be meeting probably offline.
I got that part. I think my confusion was as to if those subcommittee meetings were like something that was going to be done in the public sphere versus like, let's say us having like an internal discussion that we bring back. So
Right.
that was my biggest like maybe point of clarification that I needed. But other than that, I think I understand the time frames, and thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. These are our work group meetings, so they are not necessarily public meetings. That's my understanding. And I think that's Kat was saying we need clarification for that. But that's my understanding, Miguel, based on our meeting with the board. They talked about how they work in their sort of work group meetings, and then they remember. So I think that's how I have it in my mind.
and keep in mind, in those middles, and I like the second one best because I think we can move this through.
Yeah.
In those middle work group meetings, we're not limited to one a month. Okay, that's not saying there's only one work group meeting a month. I would think if we're going to work on the governance document, let's say, we're going to want to get the first rough draft out by the end of the first month, right? I mean, if we can't do that, I wouldn't join the committee if I didn't think that I could keep that pace. And that we already have tools. It's not like we don't already have governance tools to build from, templates. So then it's a matter of us agreeing on, which one we want to use. And then at that point, if we can get a solid draft to the full EJAC, and of course, for the community at large to look at by September, that's great. And I would expect it to be a draft, and they're going to have comments and things that want to have changed. We would go back in October, and maybe only one meeting at that point because we'll have our direction from the rest of the board and maybe BES as well. And there's no reason we couldn't be done by November would be the goal. So as we roll into December, January, we've got it. So, but that's just, again, just my thought on the whole thing.
Well, you've already answered sort of the next part, is that which one did you prefer? So
Yeah. Well, I like to have more EJAC meetings for the public, and that also doesn't leave them wondering what the heck are they doing for 2 months, right? I mean,
Absolutely. No, I agree.
and they have more chance to comment on what we're building as well.
I agree.
So, and then maybe we need even yet another, month to work on it. If we hear too many comments from the public that they say, no, that, you know what I mean? And then we'll do that.
Thank you, Kevin. Magali and then Kat.
Okay, so my understanding is that we have a governance meeting and have the governance structure ready to go. And then in that government structure includes also how we're going to do the work plan. And then from there, there's no more governance meetings, only work plans meetings. So for the purpose of time for everyone, and I think it will be important for all the EJAC to be involved in the governance. You know, some people think that we're going to start doing the work plan right now. There's nothing to be done right now until we have already the governance structure already set and voted in. That makes sense? Because that's how it is right now and how it is on both scenarios. The time frame, I don't think it should matter. Both of them are already in full place by February. So
Yeah, that's correct, Magali. Oh, sorry, Chair Lincoln.
I'm sorry, so, and I understand Magali's question, and in my mind, I think we can start working on the work plan without, you know, a governance structure. I mean, the governance is kind of how we're going to work, and then the work plan is what we're going to do. Is that sort of just easy words, right? So I do see them being able to operate in tandem. I do agree, Magali, that the governance subcommittee goes away, but as part of that governance conversation, we may decide that we need additional subcommittees. I think that's governance, right? That would continue beyond, but that's what the governance committee is going to decide, right? Sort of the structure of how we're going to do the work. And then the work plan is, you know, what we're going to do.
And governance is long-term, right? And governance is looking at when members drop, governance would become in charge of recruiting new members and
that's not
things
what
like
it is
that,
here.
and making sure that the members are educated as they get on board and that kind of thing. I mean, isn't that what we would want for our members to have structure like that? So when we dropped into this new, we're all building this,
Yes.
but we don't want others who come after to have to do that, right?
Yes, so I did not get an answer to my question, but here it goes. It's not about, we're gonna end up the governance structure, structure already set there for the subcommittees, okay? And that's gonna end, in September, if there's a potential vote. Now we can continue on to October. But then when there is already in November, there's a full EJAC already review and setup. We already then started working 1 month prior on the work plan, if that makes sense, when there's already sort of like a draft and a structure of governance. And this, I'm tying it, and the reason why I'm bringing this is because this is not going to continue. The governance actually ends once we have the structure, and then we implement the work plan. And that's when the subcommittee, it already starts working and approving the subcommittee work plan. Does that make sense? It's because I'm hearing something else from my fellow colleagues here. And I think I just wanted to clarify. And the reason why is because I'm also attaching it to the budget, okay? And looking at when are we gonna start really working in this EJAC? I just wanted to put it out there.
Yeah, you're hearing it correctly as it shows on the screen here, Magali. And also just to Kevin's point real quick, we have recommendations about the governance subcommittee structure, and we welcome to further flesh this out with you all, but it is, as Magali states, which is to develop the governance documents and provide updates to the full EJAC, and its length of service could be ongoing or it could be finite. But just to go back to your points, Magali, like part of the reason why this second scenario is a little bit swifter, it does require probably some work happening on the work plan in tandem with the governance to get you all to a place where you're starting it faster. So I think for that reason, there's scenario 2 might be beneficial so that you can get full EJAC review swifter so you all can start on your work plan. And then the last thing I just want to share is I did get a response from DTSC on this question, and my apologies for this slipping my mind, but the meetings for your subcommittees and working group meetings, they don't have to be publicly accessible. However, just given the optics of wanting to make sure that your body is fully accessible to the public, that doing things like raising public awareness about what was discussed at meetings could be helpful. So that could also be report out, so we can think further about what that looks like. But I just wanted to confirm that with you all to make sure that you have all the knowledge and awareness of this topic. Yeah, I will. Magali, go ahead.
Yeah, so I believe in the governance document, we can include if some people from the audience or people or EJAC, environmental justice groups or organizations want to be part, just for the purpose of being inclusive, we can open it up, right? I mean, we can announce it and let everyone know that we're going to be doing this if they want to come and be part of it, just to be transparent. That we can include that in the governance structure, right?
Yes. We can include, I mean, we don't have one yet, right? We don't have a governance structure. So that's something, Magali, that we can absolutely set up. How our meetings are communicated, when we meet, where we meet, how we meet, all of that, and how that's going to be communicated to the public can be part of the governance plan. Once we have our approved governance subcommittee.
I just want to make sure that we are being as transparent as we can be in every process, that we open it up to whoever wants to be there.
Absolutely. Thank you. And maybe our final comment question from Miguel.
No, my comment was that we're very over time on this.
Oh, yes.
On this particular item, but I guess my 2 cents is I'm really curious too in the future, and maybe this is a question that we can ask ourselves, is how can we make this meeting accessible for the public to help guide some of the decision making that we're doing here. And I do want to share that, our organization, Unidos Network, did its best to advertise this meeting beforehand. But what I will say, I think we have to find the proper channels to do that in the future and make sure that we're reaching out to community members where they actually get these notices and they understand, like, hey, this is what this board's about. Here's some background for context, maybe like a fact sheet that we do put together in our work plan, because I think that'd be helpful to get more folks in the room. But I do want to move us on, and so I'm curious, should we put a pin in this conversation and continue it in another meeting session, or how should we go about this?
Well, I'm wondering, Kat, do we need to make a decision about which scenario that we prefer at this time?
Thank you, co-chairs. I would love to hear from you all if you are comfortable with the next meeting being a governance subcommittee meeting. That's one question that I would just love to get answered today. That would really help us with our planning. And that's what both of these scenarios kind of represent. So it's like we're kicking off governance right away, and we're doing work planning outside of a meeting, potentially on the work plan in August.
So I'll ask that in a different way. And that their hands up, but I will ignore them for this particular question. Is there any opposition? Does anyone oppose having a governance subcommittee meeting first? And this is just timing. We don't know who's on it. We haven't made those decisions. It's just a timing issue. Do we want the governance subcommittee to meet first?
My opinion.
I'm just asking why. I still haven't gotten why governance needs to somehow meet before work plan.
My opinion is that they can both be conjointly built together, but I would say with purpose. Like, some things, I guess before we would get into the work plan, would have to be set up preemptively as so that we're aligning to our own framework. But at the same time, I don't think that they have to happen in a sense independently from each other. And I also think that they can happen in a very similar time frame as time is of the essence. And so I kind of would like Kevin to maybe speak more as to like what logistically would look like to work on both at once from your end, Kevin, because I think that'd be helpful maybe in having like a real life example of how we would set those things together at once in your
And before that, thank you, Miguel. I think because in the interest of time, If we are unable to make that decision, then that's fine. Kat, we can just table that. I will note that, the composition of the subcommittees is important in terms of who meets first and if they meet together, because if you're on both committees or however it's set up, it's not going to make, sense, quite frankly, for us to meet at the same time, because we can't be in two places at the same time. So we want to make sure that they're scheduled so that we're not overburdened, particularly for sort of the leadership, Miguel, you and I, who, might be involved in both of these. We have to sort of think about, what that structure is going to look like, in the cadence of these subcommittee meetings, whether they can actually take place, So, Kat, I don't know if we're prepared to make that decision at this point. Maybe we need to decide the constellation of the governance subcommittees and the work plan subcommittee before we do that.
Yeah, we can revisit this later in the agenda. I think
Okay.
that makes sense.
Can I
Okay.
ask
I
real
just
quick?
want to mention, as Miguel was asking me, the clarification there is, number one, that's a different model. If we're going to have people be on this is the first two committees we're working on, right? And there's 7 of us. So, I would have imagined, since there's 2 co-chairs, one co-chair would choose to work to do the work plan, the other would do governance. Again, it is a capacity issue at that point. And in my experience, sometimes I have to pick the one and trust somebody else on the other who I know can do a good job as well, even when I'd really like to be on both of them. And for expediency's sake, to get this off the ground and get it going, it would make more sense to me that we would pick a committee as the one we wanted to be on, and then our second choice, and then just look as it comes out. Maybe everybody puts governance as their first choice, or work plan. I don't know, but I just feel a pressure, that we need to get this early work done. We want to do it well, but we definitely want to have it up and launched, by the first of the year. And we talked about this in the previous meeting. These are the kind of things that drag us down if we just keep dragging them along. So, and the other piece is just keeping it as simple as possible. Everything will come out before the public and get public comment, but the public doesn't have to comment on each stage as a small committee meets to work on drafting documents and getting them out there. If the community and the other members of EJAC don't like what that committee has done, we can shit can the whole thing and start all over again if we need to. But at least we'll keep moving. And, I would see two meetings at least a month to get the thing off the ground, beside what we'd be doing at home, away from work. I would think that's what I would have to invest to get something, to at least get a rough draft off the ground in the first month. But anyway,
well,
that's how
thank you,
I see it.
Kevin. For one, thank you. Sorry for interrupting. I know, Magali, you have a question, and then I'm going to turn it over to Miguel so we can take a break. But just to your point, Kevin, and for all of us, later on, one of our agenda items is to discuss these subcommittees. We do have nominations for both of these subcommittees. We already have names. We already know who wants to be on each of these subcommittees. So that's a topic that we want to discuss later on during the meeting. And you're absolutely right. And so there's the proposed structure, which we have to talk about, whether we want to maintain the proposed structure or if we want something different. And we also have EJAC members who have indicated their interest on either one of the subcommittees, which we'll talk about after the break. Magali?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something in my understanding on how this governance and work plan work. Why don't they work simultaneously? They cannot work simultaneously because in order for that structure to do a work plan, it has to be from the governance, what is allowed, what is not allowed, how the timeframes, all of that has to be on governance for the work plan committee to work. That's why I understand that the structure of the governance committee subcommittee has to be put in place first so they can set up the ground for the work plan committee to work. And that's why then it disappears and then the other one appears. That's how it is usually done, because it's not about, okay, let's start working on whatever I want to work and create a work plan, but there has to be a structure as well to be in the governance, to be set up. How is it going to be working? It's in the governance that's set up and all the structure it's done. That's why we cannot have simultaneously a work plan subcommittee. Does that make sense? And the other thing is that I think because we're initiating this as something that we can create something unique and to be totally transparent, I think we should allow people to be there to oversee what we're doing, observance, people that can come to observe in order for all of this not to be then questionable later on, because I don't want to get into a position that I will be questioned again.
Thank you for that. Looks like we definitely have more to discuss. I want to thank everyone that stuck with us so far. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute recess. And so it's 5:23 right now. Everyone's going to be back by hopefully 33. And so we'll see everyone then. We'll now be commencing our break. Thank you, everybody. Hello and welcome back, everyone. This is Miguel. We're going to go ahead and get moving into agenda item number 7, which is the discussion on governance, operations, and subcommittee assignment. And so our next agenda item concerns the EJAC's governance structure, specifically continuing the discussion from our June meeting on rules and consensus decision-making. The consultant will present some alternatives to Robert's rules that include consensus decision-making, which the EJAC voted to adopt at the last meeting. So I'm going to be passing it over to Kat.
Thank you, Co-Chair Alatorre. I'm having a little trouble hearing you again. Just letting you know, check your mic. I can hear you. It's just quiet.
I keep loading it down because my dogs are in the background making some crazy noise, but I'll turn it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Cool. Well, I would love to walk you all through a document that we prepared for you. It's in your agenda packet. It's attachment 5. And we heard from you in June that you wanted to see diagrams of decision-making processes. We also, you all took a vote and you decided on consensus as how you want to make decisions. So we'd love to just present to you some ideas to think about today. And I also just want to give a big, statement like before that this is just an idea. This is just for you all to work off of. It's not anything final. It's just some presentation about what this could look like. So I want to share an example of how you could continue to make decisions and call for motions. And it's similar to, Elaine, you can go ahead and share. Thank you. This is similar to Robert's rules. We also heard from you all at the last meeting that some of you think that that it's appropriate and you actually like Robert's rules. It helps make sure everyone's heard. So I'm going to present a decision-making process and then how you're actually going to call for consensus, some options of what that could look like. So instead of going straight into a discussion after someone makes a motion and someone seconds, what this could look like is you first do a temperature check on the level of support, and then we'll talk a little bit about what that looks like in the next 2 slides. Then after that temperature check, you can then go to discussion, where you are trying to find alignment and you're trying to get to consensus. So it's kind of helpful at the outset, right, to see like who's landing where so that you know who to bring along, what to discuss. And then you can call for a vote on that motion, or you can postpone it. And then the vote would look like the same thing at stage 2, where you're indicating your level of support. It's the same process, and we'll talk about that in the next 2 slides. And then you just announce, the vote. So it's very similar to Robert's rules. The only difference is that step 2, you're first getting a temperature check of how everyone feels. So let's move on to the next page here. So this is how you would vote, and an example of how you could vote or how you could also give your level of support. And it's called FIST to 5. And this is just an example of how this could work. You can totally decide for yourselves what this looks like. But we have here that 0 to 2 is a lack of consensus, and 3 to 5 is consensus. So we're saying that a vote will pass if you get 3 to 5s from the whole group. So that's one example. Let's go to the next one. This one is called thumbs up, middle, or down, or red light, yellow light, green light. It's pretty self-explanatory. Here we have, your middle thumb and your up thumb, like that would be consensus. So it's, I have concerns, but not enough to stand in the way of moving on, or I support the proposal or motion. So those are two examples here, and we're totally here to co-create with you. So I'm just curious to hear from the EJAC how this decision-making process lands for you. And if there's a preference for either the FIST to 5 or the thumbs or the red, yellow, green lights. And if you're not ready to have this decision today, we can move this to the governance subcommittee. We just thought we'd take advantage of the time that we have with you all to maybe work this out and figure out what you all want to do. So yeah, Miguel, go ahead.
First off, am I thumbs up if I'm coming through loud enough? Yeah, okay. So I think I'm really liking the visuals behind the first consensus model that was on the screen. I think it was really easy to follow. The first to 5, I'm sorry, not the first one. The first to 5 is a model that I think that would do great here in terms of the EJAC space, and recognizing that there is 7 of us and that we all have different opinions. And I think this would be a great way to move forward on some maybe difficult decisions where we don't all align on exactly the same point. And so I think this would be a pretty great start to help us model what we're going to do moving forward. As a point of logistics, I'm curious. I do understand that there's some EJAC members that are not present right now. I'm wondering how this information is going to be broken down to those EJAC members, and if it falls upon myself and Chair Lincoln to maybe help folks understand what happened, or if that's something that the consultant could bust out for us in terms of getting a report out to the rest of the EJAC members that are not here today. So maybe a comment and a question to start things off.
May I respond to that, co-chairs? Apologies if I didn't quite catch this, but are you saying if you all made a decision today, how would we reflect that back to the rest of the EJAC?
No, I was just genuinely wondering, like all the discussion that we're having is really great and really important, and I want to I really hope that people understand the really important points that Magali and Karen brought up today with regards to the budget and things that we have discussed prior. And so without opening up that box of worms again, is that going to be conveyed to the other EJAC members by Better World Group, or would we be doing that internalized report? Because I'll say my preference out loud would be for Better World Group to put those points in a summary and send them out as soon as this meeting wraps up. So just wondering what that looks like.
Absolutely. Without my whole team here to back up what I'm going to say, I just want to offer that we do wrap up every meeting with minutes that we send out to you all. However, if those minutes aren't what you want to see, if they're not robust enough, I guess, for lack of a better word, please let us know and we can absolutely make changes to that and give you more context. That's what I want to say. And I think that the rest of my team would back that up. Thank you.
Maybe one quick follow-up before we go to the hands up is I do understand that there's some EJAC members that may not be so technologically savvy. And so I'm wondering, if possible, if this summary could be a phone call to maybe some of the EJAC members that need that type of outreach done with them, and if we could have that conversation confirmed once it does happen, so that we as co-chairs and the rest of the EJAC know that communication is happening, just so that we know if we have to do that ourselves and maybe take the wheel there. So thank you for all that.
100%. Thank you. Good recommendation.
Go ahead, Chair Lincoln.
Thank you. So it I saw this when it was sent out and saw it as I understand consensus as discussion. not voting. This is kind of voting. This is like, right? And so I'm kind of detached from these slides because it seems to be that consensus is being sort of defined as the time where you vote versus the discussions that happen before you get, right? So I'm not a fan of any of these models. I mean, we can raise our hands or our thumbs. I mean, that part is like comme ci, comme ça, as my grandma would say. But it is, how do you get to a point where we're hearing each other, where we're having discussions and conversations, so that we can get to a vote? It could be a straw vote. And I think, to be honest with you, the discussions that we've had so far, I think, are a reflection of consensus, right? I would find it personally very difficult to move forward if there were 3 people who just weren't on board, or 2 people, or 1 person, right? I just can't operate in that world. And so the extent to which we bring people along, I mean, I think that's important, the discuss part. This is number 3. I just think that there's so much that happens before we get to 1, right? Before we even call a motion. And I know that we've been operating this way in this context. I'm not, this is just the way that these meetings are. It's almost like there's new information and then we have to discuss. And so, yeah, I don't have a preference, I guess. I'm not a fan of, majority, 4 people versus 3. I'm not a fan of that at all. But I'm just not, I don't see this as decision making. I see it as a vote, right? I guess I'm seeing the process. I'm a social worker, okay, and a sociologist in public health. And I just see the process very differently. So I'll go with the group in the spirit of consensus. But I just think I had something different in mind.
I'm curious, before we move on to the next co-chair, or I'm sorry, the next board members, if we could get like maybe an example of like how you view like the process, maybe working out where it's not maybe looking like a vote, more so like what discussions like we would have, and then maybe like the time frame, because my concern is maybe like if we do have like people that don't disagree, like how much are we willing to like discuss until we can find a consensus to in a sense move forward. So I'm just wondering what that would look like, if you could, or if you feel comfortable maybe elaborating like what that process could look like in your eyes.
Well, thank you for that. Honestly, and I appreciate that. So I think any of these processes are fine. I just think that there's something missing before the 1. Right. And I imagine, I think maybe just for context, and that's probably for the governance subcommittee to see. All of these are at the point where we're sort of, right? And so I think there is this process before we get to the no way, I'll block this. And my hope is we don't get there. I guess that's where I am. It's like, I hope we're not at a point where we're like, let's vote, no way. I would hope that we aren't there. Something has to happen so that we can at least get to 3. You know what I mean? And so I guess that's where I am, is I just have confusion about this process here.
I just want to add a little more clarification, maybe. If you could go back to the first. So, theoretically, you're going to be discussing even before someone makes a motion. And then the temperature check, the indicating your level of support, is the way to get to that, where you have all 5s, if you're doing fist to 5, right? Because you want to first see, where is everybody? Oh, some people don't like this. Some people want this. Some people want that. So that's how you kind of get to that consensus, right? And if you did choose fist to 5, if you wouldn't mind going to the next one, thank you, Lillian. You could distribute these however you want. You could say consensus is 4 and 5, right? Like people who are like, it's not my favorite, but I can live with it. Or I absolutely love this and I'm the person who called the motion, right? You could shift that around, or you could say, we want all 5s. You could do that, if you want to. This is just a model of of what consensus could look like for you all, how you set these. But you may find that some people aren't like 100% champions, but they're willing to secede, right? So that's where you have this kind of gradient of agreement. Again, it's just totally, ideas. It's not something that you have to latch onto today, and we can let the governance subcommittee like further work on this. But I just wanted to provide that clarification. I hope that helps.
Thank you. No, I understand. Thank you.
And thank you for your patience, Magali. Go ahead.
Yes, and I get it, Karen. It's basically a consensus means everyone approves, or if one says no, then we have to say no and go back and make sure that that person understands where we're coming from and see if we can get to that agreement where that person then can say yes. So I think that's where Karen is, and I agree. That's the ancestral practices, by the way. Everyone says yes, one says no, we don't move forward until that person also agrees. So, but what I see here is that, okay, if you don't really want it, but you're okay with it, you can go with a 3. That means that you are gonna approve, but you still don't see, you still do not see it as something that to say yes totally, right? But I'm still my confusion probably here, and what I see is that I still see the Robert rules here. I don't see anything else but the same process. So are we moving with the Robert rules, just dressing it up with a different process of voting?
Yeah, that's a very good point, if I could just respond. And, again, this doesn't need to be what you all decide on. I was trying to reflect back that I heard some comments from June that that some of you actually liked Robert's rules, that you thought, I think it was maybe Kevin and Nam, but perhaps I'll have to go back to the minutes. But I believe there's just a few people who were saying like it actually could work for this body, but it does not have to be how you guys go through the motions.
And I also want to include, I think this is part of the governance, and thank you for bringing all of these different approaches, but I think this will be part of the work that whoever is in this governance subcommittee will be addressing and taking this and breaking it down and probably put it in a different, but these are just ideas that we can either move forward with, looking at as a sample, or creating our own.
Can I say, Magali, if I could ask you to maybe define for me a little bit better, like in the ancestral practices, and let's say we do have to like keep going back to the drawing board for like a certain person or certain set of people, how many times would we be willing to do that? And like what would be like some of the time frames that we would allot to have that work move forward? Because one thing that and maybe I it's just my singular concern, but in our community we do have people that hold us, accountable for making decisions and making them in a timely manner. And so I'm wondering like how much can we afford to hold back? And I'm not saying it's a bad model. I'm just wondering, like, logistically speaking, how many times can we do that before we can move a decision forward, in the case that it'd be like a worst case scenario where people are like, oh, I don't agree with this, I don't agree with this, I don't agree with this, and it keeps happening.
In the ancestral practices, and it's still being practiced, by the way, right now. It's basically when that person, 1 or 2 people, don't understand the process, that's why they're saying no. So it usually takes, because there are different levels of understanding, and there's different levels of explaining things and the language that you're using for that person to understand. But that's the part of the consensus, and that's the beautiful thing about the consensus part, because that person will get to understand once you explain it, that everybody's understanding. You understand? So it's basically, it can take sometimes one single proposal can take sometimes up to 4 or 5 hours in the community, going back and forward, because there are people that don't speak sometimes Spanish. There's people that sometimes cannot read or write. There's people that have no technology knowledge, or whatever it might be. But it's better for that person to understand the process, and for in that process, you educate also as well, and you inform, and then that person jumps on board once that person is already informed and understand. You see what I mean? And then they said, okay. And so when you move forward, there's nothing to undo what you have done because everybody agreed and approved because they understood.
You know what? I totally understood that. I will just have to decide as a group like what the timeframes would be allotted in the case that those disagreements do arise, because like I hear that good decisions make, you know, it takes time to plot those things out. But I just want to make sure we're doing the best to use, I guess, our time effectively. And I'll pass the microphone to Kevin now, who's had his hand up for a while. Thank you, Kevin.
So, if you could flip to the red, yellow, green, I want to comment on that and then present a quick scenario. So, this I learned from a national EJAC conference that I went to in Chicago some years ago. And it was so it's always so remarkable, you know, when you get together with folks who you've either never met or only met on through what I call TV. That's the computer, you know. We see each other on TV like we are right now. And this was a primary decision-making tool that I thought was very cool in that we are working in large rooms. We had rooms where 70 or 80 people were discussing an issue. So everybody had their cards. Now, you don't have to have cards, by the way. You can just use the word yellow, green, or red. You don't have to wave a card around or anything. But as we were going through some of these policy issues and making decisions about how the movement would respond, this was mostly national issues at that point. The value in this really struck me in that, number one, the idea was to get out of that room with everybody at least at a yellow card. What's a yellow card mean? Well, it's just what it says. It doesn't mean I disagree. It means I have some concerns, usually because I don't have all the information that I would like to have and make a decision like this. However, the calendar is rolling. So I'll use this sort of scenario or example. We're the EJAC. There's a reg going in before DTSC for approval. It's going to be voted on this date. EJAC wants to make a statement to this and a recommendation. And so the date is X. We have to get that recommendation in. If we come to the point in the discussion where 6 out of the 7 people on this committee, and you would hope this never happened, but we're all human beings. Things will happen, right? We're people. So where somebody disagrees with it, wants to do more, wants to get more aggressive with it, which was, I would think, would be happening. And the rest of us don't see a way forward on that. Do we just drop it then? And I asked that because if we just drop it then we become irrelevant. You see what I mean? So sometimes we have to make decisions based on consensus, where the majority of the group agree, a minority of the group are going to go along with it, but wish they had more information. And if it's a big group, there's always going to be a couple of people who don't want to go on with it. But yet we're working against a timetable that's not ours. We don't want it to have to be due on that date, but the legislature and the agencies don't work that way. So whatever we set up as a governance structure has to recognize that it lives inside another structure. And that structure is a shell on the outside of it. And while I'd love to kick it down, I don't have the tools to do that. And so what I want to do is get the best possible advice to the BES and to the community that I possibly can. And if there's like I said, if there's a reg involved or if there's a bill being voted on and we want to get our word in there on it, then we'll be on a clock. We'll have to make those decisions, those hard decisions on those days. So I would hope that every time that we would all be unanimous. But human nature suggests to me, and even this discussion right here, is that, we won't always agree on everything. And by the way, that makes it beautiful as well. So we can have great discussions. So that's just my thoughts on that. But I do like the red, green, yellow just because it's so simple. And then for people with a yellow card, yeah, we should be able to explain or get somebody who can explain it enough to where they've got all the information they need. And we don't vote forward until we get at least everybody with a yellow card. Not everybody, but yeah, no red cards. If it's just internal stuff where we're deciding on a campaign we're going to do, it's not that time sensitive, we stop immediately. If somebody's got a red card, we just toss the whole thing. If it's internal, we do that. But externally, when we're working under somebody else's clock, we don't always have that option, just to clarify that piece.
I saw, Kat, you had your hand raised. Did you need to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to jump in, give us a time check, but maybe just wrap up this section by saying, yeah, the difference kind of in my mind when we were talking about consensus versus majority is that if you were to run this meeting like we did the last time, if there was a red card, you'd still keep going, right? Because other people, it's majority. So here's where this is different for you all, that you aren't moving ahead if anyone has problems. You're not that is not a vote that passes if anyone has a red card. But again, as you all have stated, like, we can further define this and discuss this in the governance subcommittee and bring it back to the full EJAC for review. So this was just to get you all thinking about what this could look like, and I really appreciate the feedback and the thoughts. And yeah, I think we can go ahead and move on, but thank you, unless anyone has other thoughts or questions. Thank you.
I think we could move on. And so we would be moving on to agenda item 8, and I'll pass to Co-Chair Lincoln to start us off on that discussion.
So thank you.
Actually, I'm sorry about that. I believe that the end of agenda item 7 is discussion of the possible vote on the governance subcommittee. So I think we're still in agenda item 7.
I'm so sorry. And in that case, the motion would be as to who is in the committee at this time.
I think co-chairs, it's up to you how you want to have this discussion. I think you had a couple of folks who proposed themselves to these subcommittees. So I think you can further discuss, who you want on that. And if you want to take a vote today, I think that'd be great.
Miguel, if you want, I can provide the context and then you can sort of lead the discussion if you like.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So for the governance subcommittee, for those of us, just as a reminder, the purpose is to provide structural support to EJAC through document development, agenda planning, and coordination of official communications and follow-up. The key responsibility will be finalizing and updating governance documents, assisting in strategic agenda development, preparing EJAC reports, findings and recommendations, tracking DTSC responses to EJAC recommendations, and then delegating members to attend and report at BES meetings. The members of the proposed governance subcommittee are both co-chairs and one EJAC member. Currently, we have received 2 self-nominations, one from Kevin Hamilton and one from Magali Sanchez Hall. If the 2 co-chairs, myself and Miguel, are part of the subcommittee, the governance subcommittee, and we abide by the proposed structure, we would have 1 member from EJAC. So there's 2 things that we need to consider. If we want to maintain or sort of accept the proposed subcommittee structure, which would be 2 co-chairs and 1 EJAC member. or if we want to propose a different structure that would allow for both co-chairs and the 2 self-nominations. I'll turn it over to Miguel.
I'm curious as to what people think of having both co-chairs on that governance committee. I will say, you know, in terms of time and logistics, I can do this committee, and I think co-chair Lincoln definitely has the knowledge to bring to the table for this particular committee. So I'm just wondering if everyone's okay with both of us being on that committee. And then the other thing I might pose as a question is, Kevin and Magali, you guys both want to be a part of this governance committee? Is that what I'm?
Disappeared. Yeah, so for clarification, when asked for self-nominations or nominations for the subcommittee meetings, Kevin put forward his name and Magali put forward her name.
I would say we could make a motion right now. I would say I also offer up the fact that I could also maybe lead the work plan committee as to kind of split the duties of the co-chairs, if that's something that the EJAC members would like to see us do. And so curious, what do folks think? Magali, please.
Yeah, I don't see why we cannot have Kevin and me on the, we can actually structure that already. We don't have to, we can just, you know, do a vote on it and then that's it. We're in. I think all of us will be a great this is very important. I think this is the most important thing to do because these are the basis of everything, how it's going to work, including the structure of the work plan that we're going to do, or the subcommittee for the planning. So I think I'm okay with as many people that can be in the process of this, because we do have to know that this structure is what's going to be setting for the future EJAC. So I'm all for inclusion. So I think we can move forward with all of us together and anyone else who wants to come along.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, thank you.
I agree 100%. I mean, absolutely.
Thank you. Kat?
Thank you all for your thoughts on that. Just from a logistics standpoint, I just want to call out the conversation we had previously about having to, it seemed like there were some folks who wanted to have 2 meetings, one work plan and metric subcommittee meeting and the governance subcommittee meetings happening in the same month. That would prove challenging from a logistics standpoint. One, if they were open to the public, because we would have to get everything translated and remediated, and that's a long, timely process, honestly. The second piece is if 2 co-chairs were on a subcommittee, it might be hard for you all to split your time like that. If we did decide we wanted to have 2 subcommittee meetings per month that were not public, that would be more feasible. And if we wanted to have those 2, have the co-chairs split across them, I think that would be more feasible. So just from a logistics perspective, just want to raise that to make sure you all are thinking about your time and your needs here.
Could I say
Quite
that?
honestly, I think, yeah, quite honestly, I think, excuse me, Miguel, but I think we need to be efficient. We're a small group, 7 people. That's a small group, man. And I've always thought 11 was a nice number, 9 to 11, but yeah. So I wouldn't want to burn the co-chairs out quickly at all. And so, but it seems to me, and again, these first meetings wouldn't need to be public. I don't know how we would do that anyway. That's a lot of time for folks. We could post them, I suppose, and I don't know. I mean, I have a Zoom account. I could set up a meeting, and I'm happy to have anybody who wants to join. But I think in this early work, we just want to lay some groundwork and kind of get used to working with each other in the initial meeting. And yeah, and I do think for the sake of time, I'm always feeling time pressing against us because there's going to be more crap come down the highway, and the sooner we're up and running and be able to start influencing those, the better, right? And so it just makes sense to me to have the two groups working, one with a co-chair, and the other with the other co-chair. And I don't know, but you guys, co-chairs, you guys have to make that decision. You're the ones that are going to be running.
You know, I would say
Or
I'll make it easy for folks, and I think that I agree with the group consensus, and I think I would be a better fit to stick in the work plan committee and then have Co-Chair Lincoln be the one that helps guide the governance committee. I think the other thing that I would like to put out some feelers for is I think that we should model after what the Board of Environmental Safety does, and we definitely need to have some offline conversations that are brought back to the general group for the sake of public transparency. And so I'm wondering how we go about doing that and what type of motion we would have to make or amend to have that be something that we do, if everyone else agrees.
So I'm not exactly sure what the question is, but I think my position in terms of the leadership on the sub committees, I don't foresee an issue with having two co-chairs on the subcommittees. I think that today is an example of that, where we needed, Miguel, your leadership while I had a conflict. I also don't see a reason why we don't have a seat open and available for both co-chairs when needed. And so I'd rather have that structure, given that the original discussion was to have one chair or as a model, right? We decided we didn't want that model. We wanted a co-chair model. And so I don't see why we can't have a seat if we need to have both co-chairs. I think it's important, especially now. I mean, if we had been working together for 5 years, we could probably make a decision easily. But I think at this point, I think it makes sense to have the leadership involved on these two subcommittees.
I can pull it.
I
can
think
pull
the
off either.
co-chair, the co-chair can go to any meeting, always. I mean, that's part of the right of being the co-chair, right? So I think you're right. I mean, the seat is always open. I think the thing I would want to say is, well, if one of the co-chairs can't make it, say Magali and I are going to work, we want to still be able to work and not have to not have the meeting just because one of the co-chairs couldn't make it, right? Does that make sense? Yeah. We're all cool. See how easy that was?
You make it look and sound so easy. Magali, please.
So I would like to move forward, making a motion. Is that okay with everyone?
I agree.
That anyone that wants to be included from the leadership and to have 2 members of the EJAC and whoever else would like to be included in the 2 chairs to be part of the governance subcommittee.
I'll
Thank
second
you.
that. And I like the way you put in anyone, because again, once we hold this meeting, if it's another member of EJAC wants to show up, great, right? I mean,
Also,
we're
I
not
think
going to
for
kick
this,
them out.
I think Karen brought up a valid point that we might have like emergency situations that arise where we need the support of one of the co-chairs to help balance the other. And so I think we can call for a vote on this if we can.
So if I'm hearing it correctly, and I know we said anyone, but are we voting for governance structure that includes 2 co-chairs and 2 EJAC members for the governance subcommittee? Okay, thank you, Magali. I'm sorry, I misunderstood the motion. And I think, Kevin, did you second?
Yes, I
Did I
did.
make that up? Okay.
You didn't make that up.
Okay. Thank you, Kat.
Looks
Mind
like
if
Kat
I-
has something.
Yeah, just wanted to jump in and make sure that I understand. Do you want to all vote on who those two members are today, since you have two nominations?
Yes, we can do that as well. I think we were voting on the structure first, and then we were voting on the composition of the subcommittee. That's yes. So I think Magali, her motion was to vote on the structure. She didn't mention names necessarily, right? So
Right.
Okay.
two co-chairs, two EJAC members for the structure of the governance committee. And then we'll vote on that, and then we'll vote on the membership, right? Magali, I'm just trying to, okay.
Yes, correct.
Yes, okay, thank you. So the motion was made, Kevin, second, I guess, any discussion? Okay, Miguel's
Call-
like vigorously like, nope, 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 okay. So
I
please,
think it's
Kat,
good. We're
call for the
moving
vote.
forward.
Please, could you call for the vote, please, Kat?
I would love to. All right, Miguel Alatorre,
Aye.
George Galvez is absent, Kevin Hamilton,
Yes.
Karen Lincoln,
Yes.
Pam DeWin is absent, Magali Sanchez Hall,
Aye.
okay, and Levon Stone absent. Thank you all.
So now we're going to turn to the sort of composition of the subcommittee. We have, I think by default, Miguel and myself as two co-chairs. The self-nominations again come from Kevin Hamilton and Magali Sanchez Hall as the two EJAC members. So I would like to call a motion. The motion is that the members of the governance subcommittee are the two co-chairs, Kevin Hamilton and Magali Sanchez Hall.
Would you like to add to that motion, just thinking about the discussion you all just had, that the co-chairs can swap leads so that you don't have to both be present?
I don't think that we should put like necessarily swap, but I think we could put in their language as to like both co-chairs shall be allowed to, I don't know how to say it, but walk between both meetings as needed.
Participate.
Yeah, there we go. Participate in both meetings as needed.
Yeah.
I do want to like caution maybe like a word is I feel like maybe some other EJAC members might have wanted to be a part of the governance committees, and I'm kind of cautious like making moves without them. But if everyone else feels comfortable, I think the four of us make a great team for governance. But I want to be as inclusive as we can to the other EJAC members. So I'm wondering how people feel about that.
And I'll weigh in. I'm fine with moving on. Again, via email and text. I made it very clear that people, and I didn't say who was interested. I got emails and text messages from people who indicated which subcommittee. And when I didn't hear, I reached out again. And so it just so happened that this is kind of how it fell out. And so I probably would caution us from putting any language around co-chair attendance. I think there might be EJAC members who are unable to attend at any point in time too. I just want to make sure that we understand that the sort of formation of this subcommittee is the leadership, whether it's chair or co-chair, and two EJAC members. And that's important because the proposed structure was one EJAC member. Okay.
Right. I think we're good, right?
Yeah, I think so. Magali.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that we just passed the motion before that we already agreed that it's the four of us.
Right.
It's a committee.
It's
Okay,
four
we're
people.
good then.
Now
four
we're
people.
just naming ourselves.
But we have to name them. So again, we passed a motion on this, we voted on the structure, and now we're saying who's contained in that structure. So the motion again, I'll repeat, or maybe Kat, you can read it back.
Thank you.
The motion on the floor now, and apologize, I don't have it exactly verbatim in front of me, but it was for the two co-chairs, Magali Sanchez Hall and Kevin Hamilton for the governance subcommittee. Does that sound correct?
Yes. Can we get
there
a
a second?
second?
I'll second that.
Please call for the vote. Thank you, Miguel.
Is there any discussion, co-chairs or any EJAC members?
I don't think it'll be needed.
Okay.
No additional discussion for the record. Thank you.
Okay,
So when you
thank you.
have no governance, then the chair can just cut off discussion and say, no, we're not talking about it anymore. So keep that in mind.
We're
I
not gonna do
stated
that.
for the record. I stated for the
There is
record.
no-
Thank you.
There is no point of order or anything you can do to stop them from just, and I've seen it happen, cut off the thing. We're seeing it today in government and saying, nope, we're not talking about it anymore. Go to the vote.
Thank you,
Sorry,
Karen.
I couldn't resist.
Stating that for the record. All right, well, I will go ahead and call for the vote for that motion. Miguel Alatorre,
Aye.
George Galvez is absent. Kevin Hamilton,
Yes.
Karen Lincoln,
Yes.
Nam Nguyen is absent. Magali Sanchez Hall,
Yes.
Levon Stone is absent. All right, that motion carries. Thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you. All
Now
right.
we're-
I'm sorry. Are
Oh,
we
go ahead.
moving to our next agenda item?
Yes, please.
Okay,
thank you.
very good. So the next agenda item is a discussion of the group's community engagement efforts and possible subcommittee nominations. In the subcommittee nominations, this would be for is this the work plan? Yes. This is the subcommittee nominations for the work plan. So I just wanted to state for the record, and this is probably upside down, but we're short on time, that per our poll and request for self-nominations, we received 2 for work plan subcommittee. Yes, Kat.
Thank you, Co-Chair Lincoln. I just wanted to interject that we were going to walk through some community engagement pieces because that's what the EJAC voted on wanting to hear at this meeting. So if you want to take it out of order and vote first, that's totally fine.
I would like to take it out of order because we're in the voting mood. I would like
All
to go ahead. Because we voted on a structure. And I think the current structure of the work plan subcommittee is 2 co-chairs. No, it's 1 co-chair and 2 EJAC members. Based on our previous vote, we can propose a structure where there are 2 co-chairs and 2 EJAC members. So that's the motion. So I'd like to make a motion that the work plan subcommittee is comprised of 2 co-chairs and 2 EJAC members. Yes, Magali?
I would like to open this for discussion, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay. Just because I at this point, I do believe that the people that are interested in being in this subcommittee, they're not here. I know Nam wants to be in that the work plans subcommittee, and he's not here. I also believe that, if, I would like to see first the governance structure of how that work plan subcommittee will be working on. Is it possible that we can postpone this vote for later on, that once we have a governance structure, then we can vote for that subcommittee for work plan?
Sure. So is your motion to postpone voting on the structure, or is your motion to postpone voting on the members, or both?
So I think for that purpose of how that subcommittee is gonna work, we need to have a structure on governance on how that subcommittee is going to work, to my understanding. So governance needs to exist first in order for us then to take a vote on the subcommittee members. Because with the work plan subcommittee, basically will be under the structure of governance.
No. They're two separate subcommittees and they have
Oh, no.
two separate sets of responsibilities.
Yeah, but there's no structure on the governance of the subcommittee unless you have a governance of subcommittee. You don't have nothing without the governance. So first of all, you know, it's going to go into the structure of how that subcommittee is going to work. It will be under the structure of governance.
Because I was eating.
Can I interject here real quick? Because Magali, that's a really good point. The governance subcommittee could further define exactly what the roles are of the work plan subcommittee. It could also further define its own roles, right? And that can be part of your governance structures. What do these subcommittees do? It is also up to your discretion today as an EJAC with a quorum to decide right now how many people are in it. Like you could further define it in the governance subcommittee of exactly what they're doing and the timeline and all that. But today you could also just say, we're here now, we want to vote on this. It sounds like you're not ready to make that vote, but I just wanted to share that for more information.
That makes sense. And I would say in the sake of keeping us moving, because we do have people that are probably waiting to make a public comment, we should make a motion to continue this conversation when we have more of our EJAC members present. So I would make the motion to do so. And I'm looking for a second.
Could you, sorry, just to interject, could you maybe just let me know a little bit more about what more members present? Do you mean like you want to decide on this at the next full EJAC meeting?
I think it probably be best because there may be people that do want to be in this committee that are not present that can't speak for themselves. I guess we can say like maybe make a motion and say that there will be 4 members that are in this committee. Go ahead, Kevin.
I just want to say, just again, in this, on this point, having set up a number of organizations now, in fact, we can have 1, 2, 3 committees without a complete governance committee. Now, once governance is completed, those committees may be rearranged, but if there is a need for those committees, and for instance, if the overall work plan, which we're talking about, I'm assuming the general work plan for the entity, which is a monster in and of itself, and the folks that want to build that, want to get going on it, there's nothing to stop them from doing that, calling that committee. Before that committee will be able to take actions, the governance committee will have to finish at least that part of its work to get, how that gets done finished, but it doesn't start the committee from being formed and begin working. And under that onus, and we've done that many times over. Same with finance committee. Normally in a nonprofit, and having started 3 of them in my time, finance committee is actually the only one in the government assists that you have. You don't need any of the others, and a secretary, which is interesting to me. But yeah, I've seen all 3 committees often set up at the same time. So just kind of get things moving, You don't have a lot of money as a general rule, so you need to get it going and get it working and get those things in place as quickly as possible. So that's my thought there. Not certainly pulling teeth on governance, or once it's done, that committee may have to make some changes in how it's operating internally, as may the governance committee, by the way. So, but that's my thought. If we can get something done, we should get it done. We haven't got done much yet. So feels like we put in a lot of hours, or put in a lot more.
Thank you, Kevin. And just to add to that, I will say that we have 2 self-nominations for the work plan subcommittee. So I'd like to, I guess, open it back up to Magali. So, and Miguel. So I guess, are we able to vote on the structure? There's 2 questions. Are we able to vote on the structure of the work plan subcommittee? And then are we able to vote on the members of the work plan subcommittee based on the self-nominations?
We have just as much authority to do that as we did for governance.
Right. Well,
We're
it just so
taking our
happens
own
that
authority.
everyone, oh, I'm sorry, Kevin, it just so happens that everyone who self-nominated for the governance subcommittee is here. That's the only difference, right?
Cool.
Okay, so
Magali?
Yeah, so for the structure, I don't see why not, then we can include it in the governance structure. Now, for the people that want to be part of it, I think we should wait until they are here. And I think it's important for them to acknowledge that this is what it's going to entail. Because in that subcommittee, we do have to, the governance committee will actually have timeframes, type of work that is expected. And, you know, it will have other things relevant to what a subcommittee function will be. That's why I'm just saying, you know, and I think for the purpose of looking at the level of work that, because that's going to be a heavy, I mean, all of them will be heavy, but I think once we're done with the governance committee, subcommittee and setting up the governance, some of us would like to be open to also work on those, on that subcommittee, because I don't think that will be the only one, right? There will be other subcommittees that will come out of that work plan, right?
potentially, I mean, it's, again, these are just to establish this core group of people that will be working on the documentation and development of the work plan and all the other responsibilities that I probably didn't mention for the sake of time. But so if we're ready to move to a vote on the structure of the subcommittee, I would like to do that unless there's any objection. I can make a motion. Okay, so
Second.
thank you. Well, I haven't.
Oh, I thought that was your motion.
He's like, "Let's go." So the motion is that the structure of the work plan subcommittee would include 2 co-chairs and 2 EJAC members. Kevin has seconded the motion.
Could we get a roll call?
Discussion?
Not needed.
No discussion? Kat, please call for the vote.
Great, thank you, co-chairs. Miguel Alatorre,
Aye.
George Galvis is not present. Kevin Hamilton,
Yes.
Karen Lincoln,
Yes.
Nam Nguyen is not present. Magali Sanchez Hall,
Yes.
Levon Stone is not present, and that motion carries.
Thank you. So the second part is for the EJAC members, the 2 self-nominated candidates for the work plan subcommittee are Nam Nguyen and Levon Stone. Both self-nominated for the work plan subcommittee. Based on the discussion I'm hearing, Magali in particular, to hold off on the vote. And I want to be sensitive to the fact that I'm operating under the assumption that both of them understand what the responsibilities are of this work plan and self-nominate it. I know they're not here. We can decide to vote based on their self-nomination, or we can pause and table. Yes, Kevin?
So did they communicate with you that they wouldn't be able to make it, but they were still interested in the position? I'm very, I don't know, I always get very nervous about voting for people who aren't there.
Right, we don't have to
even if I
vote.
know
No,
they-
no, we don't have to vote. We don't have, so both Nam and Miss Levon indicated that they separately that they wanted to be a member of the work plan subcommittee. There was no discussion of whether they'd be able to attend this meeting. So, and I'm, you know, I think the conversation is, do we want to table the vote until they're here, understanding that they indicated their interest in being on the subcommittee?
They didn't hear all this discussion we just had about it and what it entails, sort
Well,
of.
we haven't talked about what it entails yet.
I'm willing to go with the consensus of the group here. You know,
No, I agree. I mean, we don't have to vote. We can wait until they're present. That's
we're
just
on such a roll here, you know. Yeah, vote on another one.
yeah. No, I appreciate the discussion. Magali?
Yeah, I would prefer for both of them to be present and for them to also acknowledge that we are basically going and we're not moving forward without them. Because, you know, if one of us wouldn't be here and I would say, you know, let's say Kevin nominated himself and he will not be here, I wouldn't like to move forward either, even if it's on his benefit too. You know what I'm saying? Or even if I wasn't here, I wouldn't like to be moved forward when I wasn't here because there was no discussion or anything. So I would like to, you know, to hold on until they are present. And we also have George, remember?
I reached out to George and he did not indicate, but would you like to make a motion, or I know I see Miguel's hand and I see Kat's hand. Are we ready to make a motion to table the vote?
I thought it was discussion, or should we discuss after the motion?
Discuss after the motion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. My hand was raised because I think that there has to be like a communication about like on their end if they can handle this work plan like workload, because again, like we're here and we're carving out time for it, and I just want to make sure that that effort is matched across the board by everyone. And so I would say I make a motion to table that discussion of who will be the people in that committee.
To table the vote. Okay. Okay. So the motion is to table or delay the vote for the members of the work plan subcommittee. Is there a second?
I second that.
Magali seconds. Discussion?
I just want to say something. This is why I don't like Robert rules. It should be before the discussion, after the motion. But anyhow, yeah.
Yeah, that part was confusing to me, why we're having the discussion after the motion. Like, I think once it's done, it's done.
Well, yeah, it's a motion.
You
Right?
can amend the motion during your discussion, so that's one reason why, because someone can make a motion and second it, and when everyone's not on board. So that's why you have more discussion.
Right. And it's seconded, and you still, in Robert Rules of Order, can say point of discussion, and that stops the vote from moving forward and opens discussion again on an item. So the reason I like that particular tool is it protects you at all ends and protects the participant more than it does the people who are sitting on the dais. But I'm always up for new models that do the same kind of thing or more stringent, but it does have that can stop a vote. And I've seen votes stopped and not get picked up again because that point of order was strong enough to do that and change somebody's mind.
Okay.
Can we have a roll call for the motion on the table?
Actually,
right now?
no. The discussion part. So we can move to that. In terms of the discussion, there were 2 points that were mentioned that I want for the record. 3 actually. The first point is that there were 2 members who self-nominated to be on this work plan. That's 1. 2, there was a discussion about moving forward without them present and concerns about that. 3, there was a discussion around their understanding of the role and function and or ability to carry out the responsibilities of this subcommittee. For the record, I want to make sure that these are entered into the record. And so I just wanted to make sure that we had that discussion. And so I want to also note that it's not a lack of confidence in our two members who stepped up to be a part of this subcommittee. It's only because they're not present that we have called the motion to delay the vote. Okay, thank you. Magali?
Yes, and I believe that was discussed before. And I believe that's on the record. And from my understanding after this meeting, there's an AI that is following this meeting and will give us all the notes back. Because that's how I do my Zooms. And I know that when we get the notes from the consultants, they will give us all of that information that will be in it. Because I did the last time, and I know how Zoom AI works when they're recording and takes the notes, so they can give us all that information. So it will be there, Karen, just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm fully aware of that. But if there is a discussion section, right? This is a discussion, time for discussion. So I'm elevating. These are not minutes. This is part of the discussion. And I wanted to highlight that as part of the discussion. Okay, thank you. I think we are ready to call the vote.
All right. Miguel Alatorre,
Aye.
George Galvis is absent. Kevin Hamilton.
Aye.
Karen Lincoln.
Yes.
Nam Nguyen is absent. Magali Sanchez Hall.
Aye.
Levon Stone is absent. Thank you all. I'm taking a look at the time here. We were going to present on attachment 6 to start you all thinking about work plans. However, with your permission, co-chairs, I'm curious if we could revisit very quickly our conversation around the next meeting, just based on what we've just talked about, and finish this agenda item with that and move to public comment just to make sure we have time.
Yeah,
I agree, actually. I think we should table, given the vote, to talk about the work plan without the two people who self-nominated to be on the work plan. I think it's appropriate to delay the discussion.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
With that, I would just like to revisit what we just discussed. If you'll remember back to the confusing document we shared around what meetings we're going to have next to finish governance. It sounds like, based on the fact that we have this framework of who's going to be in governance, that our next meeting could be the governance meeting. And since we don't have folks voted into the work plan subcommittee meeting, maybe the work that's happening at the same time is the consultant team is drafting some examples, kind of like attachment 6, to bring to the working subcommittee whenever it gets voted on in September. So I guess, just to restate, I'm recommending that your August meeting be the governance subcommittee of the folks that were just voted in, and they can start working on the work plan subcommittee so that you can then bring it back to the full EJAC in September for them to vote on. What is the structure of the subcommittee? Who's going to be on it? So governance meets next month to work on that stuff and then presents it in September. Does that sound all right to you all as a next step?
In general, it sounds fine. And so that is scenario 2.
Both scenarios had governance meeting. Yes, that's correct.
It's August. Yes. Okay. Thank you. I track. So yes, scenario 2. Okay. Thank you. Magali?
Yes, I'm requesting access for my AI companion, and it's not given to me by the staff, by the consultant. So I just want to say I would like to request access for my AI companion, because I want to make sure that I take the notes and compare them to your notes.
I am not sure that that's something, if that's something that the rest of the EJAC is comfortable with. I know that not everyone is comfortable with AI, and we actually don't use that where we have someone taking notes. So maybe I'd leave that up to your fellow EJAC members to comment on.
I would say if it's a tool you need, go ahead and use it. I do really appreciate Better World Group keeping humans in the loop. That's really, really important. So I don't have such strong feelings about it either way.
Magali, how does this work for you? We can provide the audio recording and then you could upload it to your AI. Does your AI work like that?
No, so how it works is that it gives me all the summary of whatever we agreed on and everything that it was said, so I can have it for my notes. Because I do keep my notes, and then I actually, I do that for every meeting, by the way, with my Zoom. And I want to make sure that I have my notes and I can compare it with your notes.
I am a little bit concerned in terms of privacy. Like it is a public meeting, but I'm wondering if there's anything that we'd have to look for on our end in terms of like privacy, like who's keeping all the data. That might be like a little bit of a concern.
Yeah, I do apologize that I don't have a fair answer to this, and I actually want to revisit this before the next meeting. Would you be okay with that, Magali? And we can always share with you the recording. We can share with you an AI summary where we can upload the recording and get it to summarize, and we can share with you our detailed notes. But I assure you that we have someone taking very detailed notes of everything that you're saying today. And then we can revisit this with possibly DTSC staff just to talk about privacy and things like that, because I'm just not able to answer that question right now.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking you for that and to compare it, because the last time I got the notes and the summary were basically from AI. So I don't see why no reason for me to have access to AI.
I assure you, we did not use AI. There's members of our team who aren't comfortable with that, so we don't do that.
Yeah, I'll just say we worked very hard on the notes, so we have been not using AI in the notes and reports.
Well, that's not what I had in the other ones, but anyway, if that's what you're saying, okay. I would like to use AI in the future just to do summary of meetings for myself.
Okay.
And I think all of us should actually do that too as well. If you're comfortable, I think it's a very good tool to use.
Yeah, thank you for raising that. It's something we hadn't thought about. So I will absolutely revisit this with you, Magali, and we can talk more about this going forward. Do you mind if we go back to the conversation about August and September? Are people comfortable with that, of the governance subcommittees meeting in August? And then we nominate who's going to be on the work plan subcommittee in September.
Can I say, I would like to gauge what folks feel about having public comment be a little bit more accessible. Like I've been on the other side of these meeting spaces, and I feel like we are straight smoking people out. Like we had them listen to us talk for 4 hours straight, and we never ever like asked them, hey, can we deliberate? What do you guys think about this? What do you guys think of that? I get it's a little bit annoying logistically to get that going, but I think that smoking people out like this during dinner time and during a meeting that's in the middle of the day that we're kind of asking to have public comment and public input on is really not the way to go. So I'm wondering like what folks feel about leaving space after every single like item for the public to have any kind of input on like what it is we're doing. And I would share the caveat that the Board of Environmental Safety puts this into practice. Like every single time they discuss a line item or whatever agenda item, they always leave public comment like accessible right away. And so I'm wondering if that's something that we're willing to change, because if I was on the other end, I would find this very difficult to sit through for sure. And not to mention, you have to write down all your like notes, and then we're going to be bombarded by lots of questions on like many different topics versus, you know, just having it there. So just throwing that out there.
Duly noted. It's a great point, and we'll take that into care next time in the agenda development. Thank you.
There should be a public option before every vote.
And I think we probably want to ensure that this conversation, as well as the use of AI, is part of the governance. I think it's very, very important. Miguel and I have talked quite a bit about what does it mean to engage our, you know, community members in these kinds of conversations. And I think it's very difficult to do that, given the current structure. So I would, you know, as a member of the governance subcommittee and other members of the governance subcommittee, I think it's very important to include the structure of our public meetings as
Right,
governance,
exactly.
not as a recommendation, but as governance.
That's what governance is all about right there. That's the core spot that we want.
Thank you.
How do we run a meeting?
And
Well,
I
with
also wanted to say that in every, and I agree with Miguel, and I agree with Karen, but it is true that most of the time there's a public comment in every item from the agenda. That we should also have a public comment in every item. You know, when you go to any government, it's like, I want to address item 1, 2, 3. There should be open for public comment, so they're not waiting to speak and almost at the end of a long meeting.
Yeah, I think that's what we just agreed on, but as opposed to a comment or a suggestion, that it's part of the governance of the EJAC. And so we'll make sure.
All right, we'll build it in there. You
Yes.
have, I think the three of us are saying we're going to build that in.
Right, right, exactly, exactly. Thank you.
Can I also just share that public comment is the next agenda item, so we could go ahead and move on to that if you're ready.
Okay.
Yeah, we should.
Yes, we should do that. Thank you.
Alrighty, then with that being said, we're going to go ahead and open up the floor for public comment. If you have a comment on anything that we've discussed so far across any of the multiple agenda items, please raise your hand. And I'll also include that even if it's not something that's on our agenda item, please raise your hand if there's issues or things that we as the EJAC board should look into or become more knowledgeable on. I see LaDonna Williams as the first hand up.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is LaDonna Williams, and I'm a program director for a small community-based organization in the San Francisco Bay Area, Richmond, California, and Vallejo. I actually was going to ask a question. I didn't want to interrupt you guys, and it was kind of late, so I wasn't sure. I got in the earlier meeting, and you guys were describing how to make a comment. And I guess I missed it, but your chat, and maybe it was on purpose, was disabled. And then there was no area to ask a question. So I was just trying to figure out how are we to engage with you guys. If the chat is disabled, there's no way to ask a question. You know, what was the procedure going to be? But since you have me on here and I raised my hand pretty late, I figure you must not have a lot of public participation for this second meeting. Mostly you guys and the advisory board. But anyway, what I wanted to say is, again, welcome you guys. This is the second meeting. I didn't attend the first one. Glad to see a lot of familiar faces and folks fighting hard for environmental justice in this horrific climate that we're all forced to work within. And with the amount of cowards in our leadership that have blocked any sense of accountability, environmental justice, and any real fair inclusion, I am absolutely looking to you guys at this level to push back and push hard on this thing called environmental justice. Our communities, and I've been in this for 30 plus years and counting, are seriously suffering and dying. And it hasn't changed from my community I stepped up to 30 plus years ago to the communities we're representing today. They have horrific environmental justice conditions that they are forced to live in. And yet we keep having these processes and these setups from the federal level of environmental justice to the local and state level, and nothing seems to be changing. What has changed, in my opinion, is our reluctance to even admit environmental justice in this climate. And like, where did that fire to support our communities and our health go? What is happening here? Now, the reason why I have even joined this meeting, because I've been very upset with Department of Toxic Substance Control and how they have allowed these conditions to continue where agency dictates the quality of our lives. However, there are some good people in DTSC as to why I've re-engaged, and I'm going to give her credit, and that's Ms. Bowen Patrice. I apologize if I don't remember the other part of the last name, but she's stuck the course and said, hey, please don't give up, don't. And even though I'm considered a fierce fighter in this, after you continually see your family members die, your neighbors die, and even those that are within this fight, and things aren't changing, they're remaining the same, we've got to come out fighting to our last breath. You guys are our connection to the White House to make these recommendations. I understand advisory committee at the end of the day really means nothing, because you guys can advise and we can spend 4 hours, every meeting coming up with ideas, recommendations, only to bring it to the main decision makers and it be shot down. What processes do you guys have in place to push the envelope to where your voices are going to actually be on the decision-making committee or panel, or not panel, excuse me, committees and processes where what you vote on or what you're pushing forward, the agendas of real protection for our communities, holding the polluters accountable, not ping-ponging and bouncing community members back and forth between agencies where we tire out until we die out. At what point do processes like what you guys are going through with these committees actually force change and accountability? And that's why I'm engaging in this process, because I know I have more power being the public and speaking, but I definitely have confidence in what I'm hearing and seeing from you all, that there is real committed people on this committee to fight for and ensure that environmental justice does not die out. Now, I see you got the clock up, so I'm not sure if it was 10 minutes I have or 3 minutes, but I'm going to use it all up and then just tell me to shut up. But our current condition that we've had to deal with DTSC and our current water boards, where a community is majority of disabled residents in the community that have been housed in this complex with majority elderly and Black folks, because we're living in this anti-Black climate as well, are on this, living in this complex and have been there for over 15 to 20 years. They've discovered that the site has transformer fluids that had seeped into the community's living environment. We've been bounced between both the water board and DTSC, and in the beginning, each one was sort of pointing at the other to say whose responsibility it was. It turns out to be the water board's responsibility. However, DTSC has also still continued to attend the meetings with us. This process is not acceptable where there is no clear process for residents or community members to understand who really are the responsible parties for this condition that has literally been a threat and compromising the community's health. Who is to be held accountable for this, and who is to force the change to actually start protecting the community's health in these instances? So thank you for your time and being able to, speak to you guys directly and also listen to, what you guys are proposing. Thank you.
So first up, just for some house rules, we on our end failed to put up the timer, but public comment will be limited to 3 minutes just for the fact that we do have so many members. I would also like for folks to put a 1-minute timer on myself for these responses, as we do want to give people the most amount of time. But my response is that we are all dedicated and stewards of environmental justice within our own individual communities. And we really appreciated that comment and look forward to learning more about your community's needs and exactly what the EJAC's framework and powers will be in the future to help affect this change. I don't make any promises as of yet, but I will stand firm in my commitment to environmental justice and seeing that the appropriate agencies are held accountable and the polluters are also held accountable. So that's my dedication on my end. I'll go ahead and pass it to the next hand up, Brian. I'm sorry, go ahead, Magali. A minute on the timer.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comment, and thank you so much for being so real, because that's exactly what we need. But I wanted to ask you something, Ms. Williams, what's the name of your organization? Because I didn't get the name. If you can provide that for me, I will appreciate it.
Yes, it's All Positives Possible. And we're at allpositivesp.org.
Thank you so much.
And is it possible with the timer or somewhere on the screen, if you guys are making comments, that your name can be up? Because I don't know who's speaking to me. And since I'm not familiar with any of your voices, I don't know who's responding and who's making a comment. That would be appreciated. Thanks.
Yes, Ms. William. My name is Magali Sanchez Hall, and I am from Emerge in Wilmington, California, Los Angeles. And thank you so much. Yes, that's my name, and my colleague, the co-chair, can provide his name as well.
Yes, my name is Miguel Alatorre Jr. I'm with the Unidos Network, Inc., and we are out of Kettleman City in the Central Valley. And thank you very much again for that comment. Really appreciated it.
I'm sorry, I need 2 seconds. Hi, this is Karen Lincoln. I'm also co-chair of the EJAC, and I'm from the Bay. And one thing I wanted to add to you, Ms. Williams, is that the governance subcommittee is going to be primarily responsible for responding to DTSC's our recommendations to DTSC. And so if we are putting forward recommendations to DTSC, part of what the EJAC is responsible for is that level of accountability. So I would invite you to attend our governance subcommittee meetings. You're obviously welcome to attend any of our public meetings, but when we have public meetings, particularly around governance, I would love for you to be in attendance to help us sort of define what accountability and responses look like to DTSC.
Now we'll move on to the next person whose hand is raised. We have Brian from Unidos Network.
Hello, my name is Brian Cadena. I'm a lifelong resident of Kettleman City and the Chief Operations Officer of Unidos Network. I understand that you guys are here to advise the Department of Toxic Substance Controls, and there is a very important need in my community that we have brought to the Department of Toxic Substance Control many times regarding waste management, the Kettleman Hills facility, and that is the civil rights analysis and the expired permit of waste management. There are many things that my community wants to see different. I would say one of the top priorities would be a biological needs assessment done by an independent group in partnership. It could be that's one thing that our community really wants to see in this, and I was just wanted to ask what you guys can do to help with that.
I guess I can start answering that question and by maybe asking a little bit of a clarification. Are you asking like how we as a board can help move forward researching biological studies on community members who are affected by local waste landfills?
Yeah, help with biomonitoring and community health impacts criteria and SB 673. Yeah, community members being affected by local landfills and the permit process. That's something that I have would like more information on.
Okay, well, I think some board members, and maybe I'm misspeaking, but many folks may not be familiar with exactly what SB 673 is. So I would say we can definitely look into what that looks like and what it would look like for cumulative health impacts criteria to be implemented. So thank you very much for that, Brian. Okay, our next Zoom participant is Luis Olmedo.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Luis Olmedo. I'm the executive director of Comité Cívico del Valle. I'm in the Imperial Valley. This is my first meeting. I don't know how many times this group has met, but seemed to me like a runaway train, a runaway from EJ. So I was caution making sure that this is centered on frontline communities, the experience of frontline communities, and I wouldn't get all caught up on the Brown Act. I mean, sounds like you have the ability to choose and pick what elements are most critical to maintain some type of order and formality. But at the end of the day, these tools are designed to and have been designed to limit people's participation. Like, for example, I don't think I can solve the world's, or my community's problems in 3 minutes. And I would really caution that you really look at the chairs as the messengers and be mindful that subcommittees, may not necessarily be representative of the whole advisory. You can never go wrong if you center the prioritization and never underestimate the experience of those people currently living in frontline communities. I've only been doing since 26 years. I'm so amazed to those who have been doing it for more decades than I have. But I also see there's a healthy budget for consulting. I would imagine there's also a healthy budget to offset your time, your equitable time, because your time is valuable. So I'm assuming that was considered, and I'm assuming that there's a healthy budget for community engagement, to remove the barriers, to assure that there's engagement and participation. I might have missed the email, but DTSC does have a long list of emails from EJ communities. So I didn't see a mass email sent out about this meeting, but if it hasn't in the past, I would encourage that. But I would just, again, caution of don't try to, turn this into a runaway train, make so much formality, because as an EJ person, as a lifetime resident and an EJ member for decades now, these governance models, real easy to get into, maybe real easy for some of you, but I would really lean on frontline communities to help advise as to how best they can be engaged meaningfully in this advisory.
I want to start off by thanking you, Luis, for that comment. Really important that we're grounded in community. And I think I would second and see if what my other members think about maybe making a motion based off of that to have DTSC maybe share their listserv with us so that we can really make sure that this meeting is going out to all the appropriate stakeholders that deserve the opportunity to make comments and be a part of these really important decision-making processes. So I want to put some feelers out for that, and I'll pass the floor to Magali. Thank you again, Luis.
Luis, brother, thank you so much for your comment. It's exactly what I've been asked several times from other environmental justice activists and pioneers. No, we're not getting a healthy budget for community engagement, and no, we're not getting a healthy budget for us. We're volunteers. I don't know if you know this, but that's what it is, and that's what we have in front of us. And you are right, there is a healthy budget, but it's not going to any of the work that we want to do. I've been addressing this with my compañeros, my colleagues here. I don't like the structure of government. I'm going against it, and that's why I'm going to be part of the subcommittee on the structure of governance. But I do believe that this has to be bottom-up approach if this really is going to work, and it has to come from the reverse engineer community engagement, where the community actually speaks through us and not us for the community. Thank you again.
Okay, now we move on to our next hand. I see Beatriz, if you could unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we could hear you.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you. I think that is very important that the community is involved. And the question that I had was if you have some kind of a public health education or some outreach program to where we could be involved, because we're the ones that are putting the dead. Like I was telling you before, my 35-year-old son died because of the environment. I live about 1.5 miles away from Ecobatter, which is Kemetco. And he had thymoma cancer. And believe me, it's very hard for a mother to lose a son due to the environment. And it's not normal. But that's why I want to know if you have identified what are the best practices for disseminating the information, because the community has to be involved, has to be informed, because we just go a day to day without even thinking that we're dying because of the environment. Life is so hard that we're just surviving. But if you make us aware or somehow tell us that we can do something about it. I belong to Clean Air Coalition, and it is very hard, especially for the community. We are first, second, and third generation of immigrants. So I can understand why no one is really paying too much attention. But I believe that if all of us are informed, all of us are going to be doing something about it. But we need to know. We need to know, and you have that capacity that you could maybe through funds or volunteers, because I'm a volunteer. I've been volunteering for the last 50 years. But it's just sad that we just need much, much more information. Thank you.
Beatriz, I really want to say my condolences for your loss. I couldn't imagine what that feels like. And thank you very much for sharing with us and reminding us why it's very important to do the work that we do. With that being said, I do want to say that one of my personal priorities, I can't speak for the rest of the board members, but I definitely want to make sure that the public engagement behind everything we do is very robust and that it is truly being done in consultation with the communities that we serve, because solutions look different across all the different communities that we all work in. And so I'm really thankful for you for bringing that up, and I look forward to making more opportunities for public engagement to be robust. And on our end as the Unidos Network, we will be working to make sure that the meetings are posted and that we have notices go out in English and in Spanish for community members to understand why this work is so important. So thank you very much again. Go ahead, Magali.
Yeah, gracias Beatriz por estar aquí. I know Beatriz for a long time and she's really working on environmental justice. I know that we need to disseminate somehow this information and we need to be more engaged, and that's why we're going to be working really hard here to make sure that we bring bottom-up approach again, community engagement, reverse engineer, a community deciding, making decisions, not the government, not the industries. Thank you. Gracias, Beatriz.
Now I want to ask and make some space to see if the Spanish interpreters have any comments in Spanish that we may need to address. Aldo, just looking for confirmation. Is there no comments on the Spanish interpretation line?
Yes, we can hear you. Miguel, I'm not sure if you could hear Aldo.
No, I don't think any of us can except for you, maybe. I don't know if that's like an audio thing or we're maybe in the wrong channel.
Is everyone in the English channel who
Yeah, I'm
needs
in the
to-
English channel right now.
Okay. I'm not sure why I could only hear him, but he reported back that there were no comments in the Spanish dial-in.
Okay, so sorry about that, Aldo. Thank you so much for that. Okay. I believe that would wrap up
could hear him.
our meeting. Go ahead, Kevin, if you have something. No. Okay, I believe.
No, I was just said that I could hear him as well.
Oh, I couldn't hear. We have a hand up by Kat. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, thank you. If the public comment session is closed, I just wanted to move on to the next steps and give you all some just wrap up with next steps, if that's okay.
It looks like we don't have any more public comments. So we can go ahead if the other EJAC members are okay with it. It looks like we could move on to the closing steps.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you all for your participation and for the folks who came and spoke today. That we recognize you spent a lot of time. You waited a long time to speak, and so we look forward to working with the EJAC members on improving public access, improving your ability to speak on more agenda items and other recommendations that the community might have on how to run these meetings the way that you all want to see them run. So I really welcome your feedback and thank you. We take it to heart. So for meeting wrap up, I just wanted to share before I turn it over to you co-chairs that you all accomplished a lot today and we went through a lot of material. So thank you for sticking with it. You passed 3 motions. One was for the structure of the subcommittee on governance. One was for the structure on the work plan subcommittee. And then you also voted on membership for governance. And we would like to recommend that the next meeting in August be the governance subcommittee following this same meeting time, so the 3rd Wednesday of the month. And seeing that we have the governance subcommittee here, I just wanted to confirm with you all about your availability if we could set that meeting time today, because that would just help us be able to move forward quickly. So the 3rd Wednesday of next month to have the governance subcommittee meet. That's just checking with you all to see if that works for you.
That would be August 20th.
I believe so.
Does this work for the other EJAC members?
It works for me.
Can I also be that guy that kind of ruins everything for people? But if we are looking for robust public participation, may I suggest making it around a time frame where people are not working? Because a lot of our field labor, they don't get off till about 2 or 3 p.m. And that time frame only goes up as the sun kind of cools off and people start working longer into the day. And so I'm wondering if that's something that we could accommodate so more community members can attend and maybe even at least listen in during, their dinner hour. Is that something that we can accommodate?
I just want to be clear on that date. I have a meeting that I can't miss from 4:30 to 5:30. So other than that, I'm happy to go 5:30 on. to 9 or something like that, if that's what you want to do. It won't be the first time. But, and then the question is, do we need 4 hours for the governance meeting?
I hope not, because I would hate to have meetings all the way up until 10 p.m. But I don't know, what do other folks think? And I will say on the public end, I envision that we do give some opportunity for some public comment, but I think we as the governance committee could set the tone for exactly how much like input we can like receive in the case that like say like 100 people join the next meeting. So maybe just a structural question there as well.
So just two comments. One is the date is fine. In terms of the time, I represent a different communities. Many, they're African American, and many of them are older adults. And so in terms of the time that's convenient, you know, that's up for discussion. It's not that every meeting needs to be at a particular hour, but I want to make sure that we understand that we're representing, you know, very, very large and diverse communities that have different needs. And so in terms of the time, you know, we can certainly discuss that and make sure that that's public. I'm really concerned about the participation and the ability to participate and what that looks like, right? So I'd love for us to have that discussion. And just for the record, one of our agenda items was to talk about community engagement. And what I added to that discussion was that we had asked DTSC to share how they sort of engage in community engagement, because part of the agenda was for us as EJAC members to share both the positives and the challenges of DTSC's efforts with respect to community engagement. I raised that as a concern that there was an assumption that we knew what their community engagement activities were. And so the recommendation was for them to present to us what their strategies were, so that we can have a full accounting and conversation around what those activities are. We learned on Monday that they were not prepared to do that at this meeting, and that presentation, along with the fact sheet, will be presented at a future meeting. We probably need to decide or ask when that meeting will happen. I think it would be really important for public participation for that presentation and for that fact sheet. So I just wanted to add that to the minutes. So the date is okay, except for 4:30 to 5:30 for Kevin. Magali, does that work for you?
Yes, it works, but I also wanted to include something that I had asked before to the DTSC when they were trying to set up meetings for us. And I requested that I would like to have meetings on the weekends, because I think that's when we can get a lot of participation from community residents, community members, grassroots. But you know, I think that that's something that we should think about for the next meeting, when we can have really participation from, because I want to move away from the colonizer structure. Definitely want to move away. I want people to speak and to let us know 3 minutes is not enough. You know, unable to chat, let people express their voice. You know, that give us a sense of who we are having as an audience. And as it is, you know, it's only us talking. Let the people speak. Give them their voice. You know, community engagement, it's not what it is normalized. Should be the other way. We should be able to listen. That's just me in my
It's
perspective.
always been a great idea, and we've done a lot of it, but when it comes to the agencies, they're 5-day-a-weekers, period.
Yeah, but we don't have to run like the agencies or like the departments, or we don't have to run like the structure that is being imposed on us. We have to run with the people movement, the people's voice. And we're only just a person and a face, but, you know, really bringing the issue of the community real time. It's the community residents that are suffering and going through all of this pollution of emissions and health problems that I think we need to hear. And we really, and I can bring you from my community, the perspective where, and I can see what's going on, but I don't see, you know, Miguel's, Karen, Kevin, Miss Lamont, George. I would like to see that too as well, and put it all together into perspective, because we are, I don't want to be just part of another compliance for a bill. I don't want to be that. I want to really do something here.
I think, as I mentioned, the problem is not our willingness to do it. Again, it seems like I've been doing Saturday events, and it has been for almost 30 years. And I agree with you. And I love Saturday afternoon events, bring a lot of people out, even on these Zoom, and they show up, But I've never gotten an agency to do overtime for a weekend because their budgets and their people are all under their contracts and blah, blah, blah. So who's going to operate? Because it almost have to be independent on our own parts, right? Of bringing pieces together to have a public meeting. I mean, what's the agency have to say? It's their staff. Somebody's got to run all, and the same with the consultants. Somebody's got to run the background here, all the IT, all that kind of stuff. So that's why we've always done them locally, because we have to be there. I don't know. It's certainly a good idea.
So for the
I
sake of
just-
time, I think we're 23 minutes over. And so I think I'm hearing that the date, the third Wednesday, works for the EJAC members that are present. And that was previously agreed upon, so this is not new. The time we have not yet agreed on.
We can offer some recommendations to the governance subcommittee for you all
Okay.
to respond.
Yeah, very good, very good. Well, in that, with that, I think, I just want to thank, we have a comment from Serlene. Serlene?
Clarity.
Question.
You said the third Wednesday. Previously, you said the fourth Wednesday, as in today is the fourth Wednesday. So are we going to do the third Wednesday or the fourth Wednesday?
Is it the fourth or? Yeah.
This time we would be doing the third, and surely, what's sorry to say, we might not keep a consistent meeting flow in terms of staying at the same day, just because we all have really crazy schedules amongst all the EJAC members. But yeah, it's looking to be the 20th this time. Go ahead, Cap.
I am so sorry. I completely spaced that. Yes, it's the fourth Wednesday that we have to hold on
Yes,
your calendar board.
it is.
I'm sorry about it.
August 27th is the hold from 3 to 7.
But time is.
So what are we doing?
So the current, does August 27th, does that date work? That was the date I think that was agreed upon previously.
This would work for me still. How about other EJAC members?
Yeah, all the fourth Wednesdays is already on hold by.
Yeah, they're already on hold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So it works for Magali. It works for me.
Can someone quickly remind me, maybe a Board of Environmental Safety person who might be on, when is the next board meeting? Or we're not in conflict with that in any way, right?
Hi all, this is Sheena Brooks, the Operations and Outreach Manager. Our next board meeting is August 27th.
Yeah, I thought that to be the case. And thank you so much, Sheena, for being here with us. But that's why I looked at my calendar just now, and I had that as the 27th, and I thought I was mistaken. But I think it'd be better to do it the 20th if people could swing that.
And that's why I had that in my notes. I'm so sorry. I forgot to read ahead, which was BES is the 27th. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, well, it sounds like the 20th works for everyone except 4:30 to 5:30. So we can move ahead with that date and we will discuss the time with you all over email. Thank you.
Wait 1 second, Kevin. He will be pretty much, he's part of the subcommittee for governance. So I don't think he should be awake for, for this process. I'm just saying, I don't know.
What time are you thinking about starting and
We haven't picked a time yet. We're trying to avoid the 4:30 to 5:30 where you're not available.
How about 5:30 to 7:30?
That works for me.
All right.
Okay.
On the 20th.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Looks
Thank
like
you.
we're getting to 30 minutes over time, so I guess I'll pass it to Coach Lincoln to maybe close us off with some real good words of wisdom as we end this meeting.
Well, thank you for that. You know, I want to assure everyone who is still on the call that the EJAC members are coming from the communities that are most impacted by environmental racism and environmental hazards. We are not state appointed. We have decided to be a part of this and threw our hats in the ring, despite the fact that we continue to fight, because we know that it's important and we feel empowered to do something different and to make a difference, each and every one of us. And so I think once you get a chance to know us better, you will see that if you haven't already seen it. And so I'm excited about the work that we're going to do. It will not be traditional because we're really trying to move the dial. And that's our goal. And we're committed to that. And so we are grateful that you're here. We hope you come back. We hope that more people come back because we need everybody to help us with this movement. And so we're excited to be here. Thank you again for taking the time to be with us today. And we look forward to seeing you at our next meeting. And we hope that it will be publicized. We will work with DTSC and other channels to make sure that all of our communities are made aware of these meetings moving forward. So thank you. And I would like to adjourn the meeting.